Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, a welcome to the International Expert Meeting of the Southeast Europe Association on the topic of nature conservation and sustainable development in Kosovo, Albania, Montenegro, North Macedonia, the state of affairs and challenges for domestic and trans-border cooperation, as we labeled this meeting. Welcome to those who have come to the city of Brisbane, and also welcome to those who join us online. I heard that the internet connection was failing or is unstable, but our technical people, they found a solution to connect you. So we hope this all will function. I also give a special welcome to the mayor of Brisbane, Mr. Shar, who took place on my right, who has to leave a bit early. So we switch a bit the panel and let him speak in the very beginning after this introduction. Special welcome to Sebastian Leuschner, the policy advisor and chief of protocol of the German embassy in Pristina. Thank you for being here. I just very briefly come back to the background of this forum, and it's a kind of twofold background. Many of the people here, probably most of the people here, are the members of a study tour of Southeast Europe Association from 9th to 7th September. We are traveling mostly, if not exclusively, but mostly through protected areas, through the border regions, in the border regions of Northern Macedonia, where we come from, Kosovo, Albania, and Montenegro, dealing with the questions of nature protection, biodiversity, and its preservation. This meeting is one of the most, if not the most important element of this excursion or study tour, and I'm very happy to have gathered very distinguished experts here in this panel. And this meeting is also a continuation of a series of workshops we have organized on the topic of biodiversity and nature conservation in the Western Balkans through the last 2 or 3 years, and you will find the reports of these meetings having taken place on the website of Southeast Europe Association and in our journal also. We have 3 panels: the state of protection of nature in the 4 countries, from the system to understand it, how we selected from the Western Balkan 6, we selected 4 countries. These are the countries where we are traveling through. So this is the system behind. So we will have an account of the state of protection in these 4 countries, then an account of the situation and challenges in the region where we are traveling through mostly, this very special transboundary region of Sharri, Shar, Mavrovo, Korab-Koritnik, mountains, transborder region. And finally, in the end, we will have a media talk with a topic which is not exclusive. The question there is, what does it take to spread environmental consciousness in the Western Balkans? The whole event will be in a dialogue format, very few or formal presentations. So we try to have an open dialogue as open as we can, and of course all of you at least present here are invited to participate in this dialogue. Well, with having said this, I give over to Mr. Leuschner from the German embassy for his words of welcome. Mr. Leuschner.
Which one shall I use?
Well, we bit of luxury.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me today for this, what I consider an important event. It's nice to see that the room is so full of interested people that want to deal with this topic. And I was asked to give some very brief introductory remarks into the topic and maybe to give a bit of a perspective of the that we have as the German government on the entire topic of environmental protection, environmental degradation, and all these things. I'm very grateful that the Southeast Europe Association has organized these panel discussions today. Your organization has been a valuable partner for the German government in fostering the cooperation with the Western Balkans region, with Southeast Europe in general, in many fields since long, as you all know. And I'm grateful that it has now also been taking up a topic that has been for too long neglected for way too much, and that is environmental degradation. Nature conservation and sustainable development in the Western Balkans is indeed a topic that so far has been greatly underestimated in my perception. And while the awareness for the importance of climate and environmental policies in other parts of Europe have increased by a lot, as you all know, not only among political decision makers, but also among the larger public, raising awareness for these kind of topics here in the region, and particularly in Kosovo, remains rather difficult. Because many people here are telling me that this country has other problems, more imminent and more severe problems to solve than dealing with environmental degradation, therewith referring to the still difficult relation with Serbia, of course, and the stuck dialogue between both countries. Decision makers and people's attention is so much eaten up by dialogue questions, by the tense situation in the north of the country, that any other topic is more or less being pushed aside. But it is a fact that climate change, that environmental degradation in general are looming large on the horizon. I don't need to tell that to this group. Apart from all the difficult questions that keep us busy in daily politics, we must not lose sight of what we regard as one of the major challenges, not only for the environment itself and for our all well-being, but at the end of the day, also for maintaining peace and stability in this region and in the entire world, because environmental degradation, climate change is a matter of peace and security in the end. We see increasing numbers of extreme weather events, droughts and floods around the world. Ocean temperatures have heated up this year like never before, threatening biodiversity under seas and favoring extreme weather events also on land. And the world, as you all know, is quickly approaching towards a global warming of 1.5 degrees above the historic global average, which would have catastrophic consequences for the preservation of our nature. Luckily, according to a latest study by the International Military Council on Climate and Security, the Western Balkans region still shows a relatively strong resilience to the negative impacts of climate change compared to other world regions. But it remains true, though, that this region does not remain unaffected by it, and that it is increasingly being battered by natural disasters driven by environmental degradation. You know about that. A couple of months ago, Kosovo faced severe floodings in its north. Slovenia saw severe floodings with countless victims. And just a couple of weeks and days ago, Greece first faced severe forest wildfires, and then massive floodings as well, again with numerous victims and devastating consequences for its tourism industry. Here in Kosovo, we're still standing, my observation, only at the very beginning of the ecological transition that we need in order to avoid such man-driven natural disasters to the best possible extent, and to preserve our very livelihoods as the foundation of our health, our economic prosperity, and as I said before, at the end of the day, also to maintain peace and security in the region. But luckily, things are changing here on the ground as well. There have been some achievements lately, and we've seen some important progress in the latest years and months. Kosovo has signed the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, and therewith mirrors the EU Green Deal in the region. It has adopted a national energy strategy that targets, for instance, to increase the renewables in the country by 32% by 2030. Kosovo is currently holding its first ever competitive auction for a 100 megawatt solar PV project. And in terms of waste reduction, for instance, the government will shortly be introducing a price for certain types of plastic bags, which we also regard a major achievement. We have the government here has the first national climate law in the pipeline, and a couple of other projects in the pipeline as well. It is now about, of course, implementing what has been agreed upon, and about shaping even more ambitious policies, because what we have achieved so far is, of course, not enough. Germany remains committed to support Kosovo on its way towards a greener future. Together, just to give you an example, what we're doing here on the ground, both our countries will be building another 100 megawatt solar PV project on the old ash fields of Kosovo's coal power plants near Pristina. We are supporting Kosovo in shaping policies to increase its energy efficiency. We are active in reforming the waste management sector towards a circular economy. We're building wastewater plants all across the country to improve water quality, and have much more projects going on. We're not doing this only for the sake of environmental protection as a sort of greater good that we all need to take care of. Making progress in these fields will also be of utmost importance for Kosovo's economic development, as well as for its path towards the European Union. Not only, as you know, bears the green transition great potential for new jobs, it has also become a main driver for investments from abroad. For instance, getting climate neutral, environmental neutral, if you want to say that, by 2050 has become a top priority for many German companies and European companies as possible investors for the country. But to achieve that, they need to find places with good supply of green energy stemming from renewable energy. Kosovo is still producing more than 80% of its entire energy by burning or from burning coal, and this will increasingly hinder investments from climate progressive German and European companies. Delivering on Chapter 27, the EU's negotiation chapter dealing with environmental protection, will be, of course, crucial for Kosovo's envisaged membership in the European Union with the European Green Deal. The European Commission has put in place sort of an ambitious environmental protection program, and with that, entry barriers for fossil-based economies in countries have multiplied. This is something that Kosovo needs to adapt to if it really wants to join the European Union as an equal member. So against this backdrop, I'm really looking forward to the discussions that we will be having today. Thanks again for the invitation to the Southeast Europe Association and for convening this meeting. And I'm looking forward to the talks that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leuschner, for this introduction, giving a broader perspective of what's happening here in Kosovo, and about also the German approach to environmental issues here. Thank you. Now we are at the point that we should get in our first panel an impression about the state of protected nature in the 4 different countries. Our second panel would be a perspective one step down to the question: what is the vision of our panelists to a sustainable future of this region of protected areas here, this transborder region? We are at the brink of the Sharri Mountain National Park. So with a bit of change we have to make now due to time constraints, I would ask Mr. Totai, the mayor of Brisbane, again, thank you for coming and being with us, about his vision, probably really from a local perspective of a mayor of a city who is whose territory or the territory of which is even within the national park, and which is very much engaged and very near to all the problems, and also potentially profits from whatever the national park is offering to people and to the natural values. Mr. Todai.
Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to say welcome to everybody, since you are all in my city. And I want to say that I'm especially glad that this is happening in Prizren. So thank you very much for choosing the city of Prizren to come all together here and to talk about such an important topic. I was listening very carefully to the previous speaker, but allow me to say that maybe the few information about the city of Prizren itself. It's 180,000 people, the size of a population, around 60% living in the city, and the others are living in the suburbs. Around 20 to 25% are non-resident. And the city is surrounded by the beautiful landscapes. So another question appear, where is that balance between preserving the nature and sustainable development? My professional background is in finances. But anyway, since I'm a person who loves the nature and who very much likes outdoor activities as a former sportist, I know how important is this topic. And I know that experts will be able to give more information, more kind of instruction, suggestion, recommendation in order how to preserve it. And I know that from the perspective of local government, we cannot do much. But of course, we are always try to be at least in line with the central government and to try to implement whatever the policy is created by the central government. Of course, we have plans at the local level. It's preservation of the nature, developing agrotourism, developing ecotourism. We are investing in the walking trails. We are also investing in the sport facilities. And I know that, as I said, it's a challenge how to find the right balance between the sustainable development and the nature preservation. So the right balance between nature, business, and politics, because politics as well has a role to play. We are facing now such things like the flooding and forest fires and high temperatures. And it's happening because of the climate change, but I will not talk about that because I'm not an expert on that field. My main concern is the balance between protecting the environment and economical development and investments, because at the same time, we need investments, which in a way means pollution, and then how to protect the environment and how to preserve the nature and how to use it in order to develop tourism, develop business, and so on and so forth. Again, I would like to express my gratitude for choosing the city of Prizren. And in the future, whenever you have something in plan and you think that the local government might help you, always feel free, because we will always be ready. And again, welcome to Prizren, and have a wonderful time here as well as in this conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, of course, for this welcome. And thank you for giving your perspective on this region, saying that nature preservation has to be combined in a way with economic development and investments. As you are here now, I want to, in a way, confront you with some impressions that we had. Yesterday, we took a whole day of traveling in the Sharri mountains. We went up to Stana-Destrucet, even took a walk there, and went to Dragaš region, and also, of course, through the territory of the Prizren municipality. And we discussed a lot of what we were seeing there, which is a tremendously rich and diverse landscape, this cultural landscape. I mean, this is a real asset that you are having. It's not only the wilderness or whatever in distance, but this cultural landscape. But still, I mean, our people, our German delegation was complaining about some issues that, or I would say, I mean, we were discussing. We saw a lot of waste around, a lot of waste everywhere, even at touristic spots. Around the signposts of the national park, wherever. We see a lot of I would say unsustainable building, which is at least to our taste not exactly what you need for pushing ecotourism. Well, and then there's probably also to ask you, as you are talking about economic development is also producing electricity. And you know, you have this issue of hydropower, whether you developed it or not. And there was one issue you take your notes now. We were informed yesterday when we were up there at its very beautiful place, Stanedes Dušet. We were informed that there's a plan of building a street tunnel through the Shar mountains, going down to northern Macedonia, which probably, I mean, a tunnel is something that it only partially touches the natural landscape, but still, if you think about how this is built and which roads you need to reach there, it's at least controversial. And of course, I mean, if you're talking about climate change and tackling with climate change, building new roads is also something that can be discussed. So I'm just confronting you and using your presence here with a lot of, some of very concrete questions. Thank you.
Just a few words. Well, thank you very much. And I like to use sometimes the medical terminology. The right diagnosis is the first step. The successful therapy is second step. So what we're talking about is, I guess, the right diagnosis. Now, what we have to do is to find a therapy. But in general, I agree with everything you said, because those are the challenges that we are facing. Some things are within the competency of the local government, and some things are not. Talking about waste, better waste management, and talking about permission to construct the buildings. It is within the competency of the local government, and we are struggling with that. We are continuously trying to improve our performance. Of course, we did some improvement because I'm only 2 years in power, but still has to be done. Many things have to be done. But power production of the electricity and the tunnel which would connect President with Tetova, those are the competencies of the central government. But from the environmental perspective, we might have one or another opinion, but from the regional integration perspective, from the developing economy and business, it might be a good solution. But now the experts have to say the word from the environmental perspective, whether it should not be done or it should be done. While the production of the power, we still have that problem with the power. So using natural resources could be one of the ways to produce power. But again, it's not the competency of the local government, so I will leave it to those people who are in charge of it. But what you said, I agree with everything. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. A word on building. I mean, is building development? I mean, do you think that you have the proper planning for what is built up in the protected areas, or do you feel that there are illegal activities that you have to tackle with, whatever, just to give us an impression or an idea what is your mindset about that?
We do not have sufficient human resources in order to be able to control everything what's going on. So we are focused within the city area, but in the villages and in the mountains, people are still constructing buildings sometimes without permission. I mean, I don't have to say that it's not a good thing. It's of course a bad thing, but we try to control and direct as much as we can. But due to the lack of human resources, it is very difficult to control everything, but definitely it should be controlled and stopped. One piece of information, the location of Prevala, it belongs to the territory of the city of Prizren municipality, but it is under the competency of ministry. Now we are in communication with the ministry because we want it back under our competencies, because we think that we should invest a little bit in maintaining that Prevala region area, because it's very important for developing the tourism and all these activities that we are talking about today. Thank you.
So is there, I would say, one question to the mayor? Is there someone to who wants to ask the mayor a question? You have the chance to do that. So. Thank you, Mayor. There's Franz Kaps. You have to use always use the microphone, please. Yeah. Franz, could you just introduce you?
I'm Franz Kaps. I'm a former World Bank official, including working on Southeast Europe, and I've traveled here quite a bit. But one of the things that I've discovered traveling around the world is that many times it depends upon the mayor of a city, whether his city is clean or not. My wife and I recently traveled to Peru, and we were really amazed to see in the city of Medellin, which is one of a big city, 1 million inhabitants. The city was proper clean. The neighboring city, filthy. And we asked the question, who is responsible for this? And the response was the mayor. The mayor of the city of Medellin is a person that really impresses upon his people to keep the city clean. And of course, it's important that in the schools, the public schools, teachers also spread the word amongst their students. So I'm sorry to ask you, in terms of mayor of the city, of this beautiful city of Prizren, what can you do or do you do in order to press upon your citizens to make the city look better? The city is not as bad, I must say. It's more the surrounding areas.
So this was a very concrete question.
Yeah, no, actually, it's not very complicated. It's very easy. We just have to do it. I agree with that, there is a mayor. That's a job, that the job that the mayor can do and has to do. And we are doing it, but there is, of course, always space for improvement. What are we actually doing? We have one public enterprise, and municipality owns the 60% of the shares. And that public enterprise is in charge of cleaning the city. But ever since I came in power, which is less than 2 years, we also started investing in the city, investing in the green areas, and also pressing much more that the public enterprise to keep up cleaning the city. And recently we have introduced fines for the citizens who are throwing the garbage just like that in the city without paying attention where are they throwing. And there are improvements, but I believe that we can do better. But of course, improving performance and changing the people's behaviors, among the other things, requires some time. But definitely there is no other option. We have to do it. And if you come next time after 6 months, after 1 year in prison, I'm sure that you will see some improvements. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had a unexpected start with a change in our program, but I think it was for the sake of this conference to have you first with this very concrete issues we could discuss. And then now we are going to a higher level on the level of the four countries involved. So the next speaker and the first speaker on this panel. But I start with the issues we want to discuss. So we labeled the panel the state of protecting nature and biodiversity in the light of the Vjosa miracle, and this also gives a hint to Alexander Draiche. What we mean by Vjosa miracle is that there was a major success in Albania with this declaration of the Vjosa river area as a national park, something that received also great international attention. So I labeled it the Vjosa miracle. I think it's a good start, or I thought it's a good start for such a conference. First of all, to have such a positive example, probably to see also or ask also whether it's merely positive or it has its shady sides, whatever. And also as a question to the other representatives here from the other countries, the question are, is there anything comparable to a Vjosa miracle, any success story you can tell in your country? So Alexander Draiche, first to introduce to you, Executive Director of an NGO protecting and preservation of natural environment in Albania, TPADA, coming from Tirana. Thanks for coming and being here. And well, he will tell us something about the Vjosa miracle. And I suggested to all the speakers here to tackle some potential issues. So starting from potential success stories, of course, main challenges and main challenges inside and outside of protected areas, because we always have to remember that nature conservation is not only happening within protected areas, but also in the whole of the country, about government policies concerning the protection of the environment, about citizens' activities, and some other questions. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. It's an honor to be here, and thank you to the association for inviting me. Mr. Mayor, it's an honor to meet you, panelists and participants. I'm very happy to have the chance to provide, or at least try to give a summary of the state of protection of nature in Albania by focusing my discussion on the case of Vjosa, which is very well renowned now. In March 2023, after at least 12 years of high activism and of progress from many scientists and activists and civil society, the government of Albania declared the Albanian part of the Vjosa River as a national park with the brand of Vjosa River Wild River National Park. Now, this, of course, had international resonations, and it reached the news of many countries. It was a big success story, and as a matter of fact, it is a big success story to have such a decision in many dimensions. I remember I was part of the very first expeditions of assessing the potential of Vjosa to be protected back then, and then afterwards the idea of the national park was thrown. And I remember going there and talking to the local community, and there was great animosity towards us, let's say the environmentalists that were going there And in some meetings, I actually felt really threatened because the locals were really shouting at us, telling us, what are you doing here? What do you want here? And basically, their reasoning was that the hydropowers would be built, and then this would provide jobs, and it would provide development. And there was strong opposition towards the idea of not having hydropowers first, and then on to protecting the river in itself. However, there was a very strong campaign which went on for more than a decade. There was a lot of engagement with the locals. Of course, the locals had been subject of an enormous propaganda by state authorities. Sorry, I come from an NGO, so we have a tendency to complain and to put some notes in our talks that might not be always politically correct, but I think it's realism from our side. So of course, there was a lot of brainwashing that the jobs and the economic development that hydropower was going to bring. These areas are quite marginalized, so the people living there are already quite poor. They have very few opportunities. They see big projects like this as a great opportunity to get out of that poverty. So going in this area and saying that, look, we shouldn't build these hydropowers, or we shouldn't progress with this type of development, is not something easy. Of course, the actors didn't give up. The campaign went not only in Albania, but it went international. There was a lot of effort from the international community. The European Union was a strong ally in this. There were many international organizations who supported the idea. And in the time span of a decade, even the public perception changed 180 degrees. So now, if you go in Vjosa and actually have the discussions of now it's not possible, but let's say just before the national park, you had the discussion of developing hydropower, then you'd have the locals against you. So it's a great story that shows that nature conservation efforts and campaigns do work, and they can change the public opinion from being an enemy to nature conservation to being an ally of nature conservation. It was no easy feat to declare this national park. If you look at the area of the national park, some of you might say 12,000 hectares. Well, that's not really big. It's maybe a tiny national park compared to much larger ones that we have even in Albania and in other parts of Europe, I'm sure. However, the geography of it is quite particular because it goes along the river. So the protected area, it's actually the flow of the river and of the main tributaries, which stretches for more than 200 kilometers within the Albanian border, and then it progresses for a few more kilometers in Greece for a total of 270 kilometers. Only in Albania, together with the tributaries, 400 kilometers have been protected. And in terms of geographical reach and challenges that this poses to the management and to the protection of the national park, you can imagine that it's not an easy feat, even though the total area might look small. However, and there is always a however, when it comes to nature protection or nature conservation, working for almost 18 years now in Albania for protecting nature, we, or at least I, have become very cautious. And the old adage that goes, the devil is within details, it's very often true when it comes to big positive news like this. Of course, the protection of Vjosa meant an end to the hydropower development, which was great news. So the river would flow free now and forever. However, it's important to note that some developments happening around it pose still a significant threat and a challenge to the future of the national park. One of the most important things is that the territory of the delta of the Vjosa, and for those of you who have some background in hydrology or in biodiversity in general, they know that one of the most biodiverse regions of a river ecosystem is this delta. And the delta is the dynamic part of the river where you can have the river flow in different directions. You can have different branches going out in the sea. The delta was not protected. It was only the channel of the main river that got protection to the very end of the outflow in the sea. However, the larger area of the delta was left out of protection. And for us, it is clear why this happened. Just 300 meters south of the Vjosa, by the area where it goes into the sea, a huge international airport is being built. The Vlora International Airport, the plans of which started already in 2018, or at least they were made public in 2018, has started the construction against clear violations of nature conservation laws, against the fact that the area where the airport is being built had the protection status already, even though not a national park. It was still a protected landscape. It was still a protected area, and it means that the construction of gray infrastructure is strictly forbidden there. So we have this massive development for which many conservation organizations have said that it's something that shouldn't happen. The international community has said that it shouldn't happen. The European Union has made clear statement in its progress reports for Albania from 2019 to 2022, and most likely it will be in the 2023 report as well, that the Vlora Airport project should be revised and it shouldn't be built in the current selected location. The Berne Convention just issued a statement early this week where after an assessment on the ground of independent experts, they are asking the Albanian government to suspend the works of the Vlora Airport and to conduct proper environmental impact assessment and evaluate different alternatives for the location. So the Vjosa was declared a national park. However, the Vjosa is still not yet saved. If we are not protecting the delta of the river, we are not protecting the most biodiverse part of the river ecosystem. If we are advocating for a free wild river, I ask the question, what is going to happen if the flow of the river changes its direction in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, which is always a possibility? That's what a wild river means. The flow of the river can be at the current point, at this point, in a few decades might be south of there, in a few other decades it will be north of there. That's the point of why you need the whole delta protected. But that's only part of the story. You have the declaration of the national park, which was in March 2023. And of course, it's always a challenge to solve issues, and you cannot solve issues immediately. Like, for example, wastewater. The cities of Tepelen, Permet, and hundreds of villages, they still don't have wastewater treatment facilities, which means that wastewater still goes in the Vjosa without treatment in many cases. Now, of course, we cannot expect the government to solve this within a day. However, there should be a clear strategy on how this problem should be tackled, and there should be clear periods by when this problem should be tackled. While the issue of wastewater might be a bit more difficult to solve, something that is very easy to solve is probably stopping gravel extraction. Gravel extraction is something that can be stopped overnight. You go there, you say, now it's a national park. Sorry, boss, you cannot extract gravel here anymore. Please get out of the way. From our observations in the field, we see that there is still gravel extraction going on in Vjosa, which means that the protection, at least so far, still remains on paper. On the other hand, there is a huge block called Block 4 in oil terms, or in oil extraction terms in Albania, that has been currently given as a concession to the huge international company Shell. You know very well about it. And this Block 4 lies entirely in the upper part of the Vjosa basin. Currently, the company is conducting research on how feasible it is to extract oil there. From the information that we have, it might be very well a case where oil extraction will start very soon. And I do not dare to imagine how this national park is going to manage the pollution of the river only within its boundaries, while in the rest of its basin, there is oil extraction going on. Hopefully not, but there is a possibility that oil extraction might start in the near future. So with that, I would like to stop. There is always positive news, but we should also be very attentive to what that means in the long run and the challenges that lie within. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for this account of the Vjosa miracle and its gray sides or whatever. Let me just ask you one question before we go to the next speaker. I mean, there were some elements in this miracle which were probably unique or probably not. There was an element that there was the engagement of a big company, Patagonia, who included, I mean, the engagement for this national park in their strategy, whatever in their advertising strategy and in their propagation. So this again created an enormous media hype for your prime minister, who really could step before the cameras and say, well, look, we too, me, Edi Rama, and CEO of Patagonia, we managed to have such a success for nature conservation. This, I think, was one very important element. If you could, yeah, this was an important element. And a question on the other side is whether, I mean, you have now, you can label this a success story, you have your success story, and probably you can do other things more secretly on other spots. There's, for example, this still, I think, this project of the Skavica power station, a huge power station with probably quite negative effects. Can you comment on this? Because it's probably another gray or dark side of this story.
Yeah, thank you. So with regard to Patagonia, so I'm first going to comment on that. So actually, the entrance of Patagonia in the campaign for Vjosa was actually, or at least what we could observe, was a game changer for the cause. Not later than 2016, the current government, the very prime minister who declared Vjosa a national park, he gave a concession for a huge hydropower in Pocem only in 2016. So just 7 years before the declaration. So, and we could see for many years, I mean, I would say up to maybe 2020, 2021, that yeah, I mean, there was not really a desire to give the national park status to the Vjosa. So the lurks of development were still there, were at the background. So the waiting for an opportunity. It was actually only when Patagonia entered strongly in the campaign and used, of course, they have huge resources. They used the whole arsenal, the whole media power that they had, that the situation started actually to change. And there was a memorandum of understanding that was signed in June 2022 between the Albanian government and Patagonia. And it was incredible. Within 6 months, they managed to complete the studies, the proper assessment studies for the declaration of the Vjosa as a national park. However, there is one important element, and now I'm gonna continue with the rest of your question. So the current national park was what was promised as only the phase 1 of the national park. So in the plan that was set out, the national park designation was going to go through 2 steps. Phase 1 was going to aim at the direct protection of the river and the main tributaries, and then there was going to be a phase 2, which would basically enlarge the national park and provide protection to larger parts of the basin. And that hopefully would have included the delta as well, as I talked earlier. So there was a very strong commitment of the government for this phase 1 to have the declaration of the national park with the current borders. However, what we are seeing now is that there is a general reluctance or not willingness anymore to engage further with the promised phase 2. And from discussions that we are having, the feeling is that at least at the moment, this will not happen in the near future. And this is, of course, disappointing because that's what we were hoping it would continue. With regards to taking this positive example and implement it in other areas, that is, of course, something that we really strongly push. It's very hard to bring up problems about the rivers in Albania because Vjosa takes so much of attention. So in its way, there is also being victim of success in a way. And we are actually noticing that the current government uses Vjosa as a scapegoat for other major problems that we have in other rivers or even in nature conservation in general. So whenever there is the tendency to engage about problems and to mention problems, there is always the argument, yes, but we declared the Vjosa as a national park, so we are great at nature conservation. So we should really be careful about that. The framing of the river in itself, it's something that we also ask to be very careful. If you say the last wild river, what does it mean for the rest of the rivers? So it's something that that we should really be careful on how we frame the messages and how we provide the messages to the public. For Skavica, I actually had a plan to comment on my second part of the discussion because it's within the Korab-Shar ecosystem. So don't worry, I'm going to talk about it. But yeah, that's a big issue.
Sorry. Thank you, Alexander. The next speaker is Valmira Gashilipai, expert for ecology and environmental protection. She came here from Pristina. She's going to go to Constance, to Germany in a while for a project she's having there at the university. Formerly, I think for 14 years, you were official at the Ministry of Environment and, or you label it, the Ministry of Environment and that sort of thing, and Special Planning and Infrastructure. So she, in a way, has a perspective or at least some knowledge from several sides, from being formerly an official and now working for civil society. Now, your task is to give us an impression about what's the situation and what are the challenges in Kosovo.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. It's an honor to be here in this meeting with international experts. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bray. Congratulations for the success for the future work in the Vjosa National Park for Mr. Alexander Traice. And we don't have a similar case in our country, but to compare the establishment of the Vjosa National Park, but we have another project before 10 years. We are very proud that has been excellently implemented in close cooperation with international organizations and local authorities, with international NGOs like Four Paws Bird Sanctuary Pristina. This year have celebrated a decade for the rescuing on protecting birds. This global animal welfare, Four Paws, celebrates the 10-year anniversary of its bear that is established in 2013, together with the authorities from the Ministry of Environmental and Special Planning and the municipality of Pristina and NGOs, Inspectorate of Ministry and civil society. The sanctuary is currently home to 20 bears rescued from exploitation for entertainment and inappropriate keeping conditions. Over the past 10 years, Bird Sanctuary Pristina has emerged as a beacon of hope for abused and mistreated birds rescued from sad fates as restaurants, attractions of privately kept pets. During its 10-year journey, Bird Sanctuary Pristina has provided a safe and nurturing environment for each bear that has found refuge with its grounds. Over the last 10 years, Bird Sanctuary Pristina has become a beloved place for over 50,000 visitors for a year and lovers of nature and animals, and it's an important tourist spot for the municipality of Pristina, for Kosovo and the region. This center, this bird sanctuary has an environmental center education with a mission to educate and to raise awareness for animal welfare, environmental protection, and this center called the Sharri Naturas is a treasure of nature, has opened with the aim to give a wider, unique experience for visitors who come to see their works with the birds rescued from captivity, so they can learn more about animal welfare and environment protection, to eat a delicious and healthy meal surrounded by an amazing landscape, and before leaving they can get a souvenir as a memory for the visit at their sanctuary. The next topic that I respond regarding the topic for the main challenges inside and outside of protected areas. Kosovo has a strong policy and regulatory framework for biodiversity, and now technical, managerial, and financial support is needed to implement this framework. And of course, we have many challenges, like biodiversity conservation is not a government, Kosovo government is not a priority. Since biodiversity conservation is not a priority from our government, of course, it's also a very low priority for donors to support us. Kosovo is not a UN member and therefore is unable to access United Nations funds, and the limited number of professionals in the forestry and biodiversity conservation, it's a challenge in all levels, in the central level and in the local levels. In our country, we have just for protected areas, we have just one inspectorate in the central level. One inspector doesn't, doesn't have the opportunity to fulfill their responsibility for implementation of nature conservation laws and management plans for national parks for 11% of protected areas in our country. Key direct threats for Kosovo biodiversity are uncontrolled and illegal harvesting of the forest, mainly for firewood inside and outside of protected areas. And this created highly degraded forest ecosystems, and gravel quarries and gravel sand extraction from rivers with no restoration. It's destroying the habitats. Sand extraction from rivers has resulted in changes to riverbeds, causing flooding and affecting the biodiversity, flora and fauna. Reported that gravel and sand extraction from rivers is a serious problem, especially in the southern part of the Kosovo, where the use of heavy equipment to mine these materials has destroyed fish habitats. Hydropower plant, it's a challenge. Hydropower plant construction and operation, it's ancillary activities are destroying the aquatic ecosystems. And in 2021, the Kosovo Environmental Protection Agency reported for the 31 new areas for all countries added to the National Register of Protected Areas to increase in the number of protected areas to 248 protected areas with a surface of total percentage 12.55% of the territory of Kosovo. Despite the continuous increase in the number of protected areas and their area, efficient management of protected areas and prevention of illegal actions in these areas continues to be a problem for Kosovo institutions, local institutions and the government as well. There are still protected areas that enjoy special protection status and they don't have yet the relevant management bodies. The lack of special management and regulatory plans for some of these areas is also considered to be a problem. The third topic that I will answer is for the government policies concerning protection for the general, for environment and for the legislation and enforcement, for sufficient investment in protected areas management. Kosovo has satisfactorily legal strategic framework for the environmental and its sectors, and but the implementation level is still very low. The issue of the environment in Kosovo is still treated with low priority, as I mentioned before, and Ministry of Environmental Special Planning now during 2022 and this year 2023 has prepared a draft strategy for environmental protection and sustainable development for 10 years, 2022-2031, which is in the procedure. And one of the strategic objective planned is the harmonization of the national strategies and the national legislation with European legislation, as well as efficient implementation. Kosovo's medium-term goal is integration into the European Union. Therefore, there is a need to create an adequate legal and institutional framework according to the national program for the implementation of the association stabilization agreement. In March 2016, a wide range of relevant legislation on air quality and biodiversity has already been transposed. The remaining unharmonized provision will be gradually transposed in line with the Kosovo progress towards EU memberships. The environmental project supported by the state budget and the Ministry of Environmental are mainly projects aimed to the regulation and for the cleaning of the river beds, the increasing of the green spaces like parks in the cities, green spaces and recreational parks, construction of bridges, the construction of water supply system, the construction and expansion of sewerage networks, and sanitary landfills, etc. Measures that taken to improve the state of environment. Kosovo continues its commitment to aligning the national legislation with EU directives, although their implementation remains a challenge. Although inspection and surveillance activities in the nature protection sector have increased during 2021, illegal activities that degrade and damage the environmental are still in alarming numbers. For the topic, designation of potential Natura 2000 and emerald sites, I will answer for our legislation for nature protection. From 2010, Kosovo has a law on nature protection. that has been in force since 2010. It covers the whole field of nature conservation, as well as the harmonization of EU directives, the habitat directives, and the birds directives. The Natura 2000 in our law, existing law, called like system of important ecological areas of EU, is supposed to be as an integral part of a national ecological network that established under the administrative instruction government that has signed it, that includes detailed information about the process of its designation and protection. Other documents are in place, like National Strategy for Biodiversity and Action Plan, and the work plan for the selection of Natura 2000 areas with the indicators for the necessary data and budget, responsibility, deadlines. And both documents consider Natura 2000 like a priority task because of the EU accession. Also, we have in 2013, we have implementation, the Red Book of Vascular Flora, that financed by GIZ, and the Red Book of Fauna that financed from project Kosovo Environmental Project in 2018 from Swedish government. Also, the ministry in 2017 had a project that called Inventory of Plant Species, Animals, Types, and Natural Habitats with cartographic presentation. Also, for Natura 2000, we have other documents like State of Nature Nature report that Institute of Kosovo for Nature Protection every 2 years they prepared these reports and report to the Assembly of Kosovo. In 2016, the Kosovo Institute for Nature Protection has defined the biogeographical regions in order to fulfillment of the legal obligations. According to the digital map of biogeographical regions of Europe, in Kosovo has been identified 2 biogeographical regions. One is continental region, it's 90%, and the alpine region, 10%. The identification of all important areas and provision of funds for the realization of Natura 2000, currently an action plan has been prepared under the name during 2022-2023. The ministry has applied for the IPA 3 for strengthening the capacity for the implementation of the acquis in the field of nature protection, and they selected in the list of potential preliminary proposals, and we will hope that this project will be implemented. Due to no reason, Kosovo is not yet member nation that I mentioned before, nation organization, and has not ratified biodiversity-related international conventions and treaties, but through our national legislation, implement the main principles of convention and treaties. For Emerald Side, I will briefly, we are not part of Emerald Sites, but from EU projects for Western Balkans, we have some trainings for capacity buildings for the staff of ministry, for the university professors, and for the NGOs. The topics for citizen activities and protests and results. I will briefly, okay. In recent years, the citizens of Kosovo has been very active and demand their right for a clean and safe environmental, and this is also guaranteed by our Constitution of Kosovo, which says the nature and biodiversity, the living environment, and the national heritage are responsible for each one. The public institutions are committed to guarantee everyone the opportunity to influence in decisions related to the environmental, and most of the citizens' activities and protests are against the construction of hydropower plants inside the protected areas and outside them. And the example, the hydropower plant in Dechan operates without an environmental permit from Ministry of Environmental, even though residents and NGOs protest and oppose this action continuously in Lombardy River in Deçan, in the western part of Kosovo. Through the protest, the civil society called to stop the illegal operation of hydropower plant in Deçan and Belaya, also because since 2014 the operator has degraded the ecosystem and biodiversity around the nature. We have another example of active citizens. Day before yesterday, there was a protest against the construction of the hydropower plant in the location of the village of Soponica. It's a city of Kaçanik in the border of Macedonia. And all the protest was from community and surround village in the municipality of Kaçanik, and initiated by the residents on the village of Soponica. And after the resident protest yesterday, after one day, yesterday the Ministry of Environmental Special Planning Inspectorate has stopped the works for the construction of this hydropower plants in Lepensi River in the village of Soponica in Kaçanik. The other topics is hydropower plant development status, government policies, protests. I will briefly summarize this. In accordance with the EU goal 2020, a national renewable energy planning, our country is obliged to obtain the 20% of its energy from renewable energy sources, and hydropower plant, wind farm and solar panels are dominant for this renewable energy source and be exploited to reach this level. We have, for the wind park, we have in a north part of Kosovo that called Selaci, is a operational wind energy project located in the north part of Kosovo, and they installed a generation capacity of 105 megawatts. The project has been operated since the first quarter of the 2022, and it's the largest of its kind in our country, in Kosovo, and utilizing 27 turbines from the General Electric. And for the nature protection as a factor in EU accession process, I will respond based on National Development Strategy 2030. The Green Agenda is a manifesto covering Kosovo's transformation towards addressing growing environmental and climate change by putting sustainable development, resources, energy, nature protection, and climate action at the core of the economic activities and turning those challenges in opportunities.
Vanira, what about keeping the rest of the topics for a second round?
Okay,
Do you think
okay.
we can do this?
I will answer in the second round. Thank you. Thank you for attention.
Yeah, thank you so much. Because we will have a second round of discussion, and thank you for this at this point. Quite extensive reports saying that, well, probably Kosovo is on a good way with regulations, but implementation is missing. There's a lack of capacities, and there's still a long way to go. Civil society is active, and this is an asset. So thank you at this point. Now we go online. Is Iskra joining us?
Yes, hello. Can you see
Hello,
me and
Iskra.
hear me well?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for inviting me to the forum, and thank you for enabling me to participate online. So I will start with the initial questions, whether anything changed in Macedonia after the designation of Vjosa National Park and after the Green Agenda was signed. I wish I could say yes. I wish I could say that it all inspired a new approach in the nature conservation. But unfortunately, the reality is very far from a positive and inspired one. It's not that there aren't any positive developments, I have to say, and I'll mention a few. For example, the National Park Mavrovo, finally, after over a decade, steps towards a new management plan started, and a domestic expert NGO, together with Euranatur from Germany, are working on this document, which is definitely a positive thing. Then a project for preparations for implementation of Natura 2000 also are ongoing. There are some activities for conservation of the critically endangered Balkan lynx. Shar mountain, you mentioned it before. It's a good example. Of course, proclamation of the new national park is a very positive step, and it has a really good, I have to say that it has surprisingly good management team, the new national park, and pretty solid management plan. However, when you put all this into a context, for example, as I mentioned, Mavrovo was for a decade without proper law and without management plan, and the steps that are taking place now come after 8 years of open case in front of the Berne Convention. And still, concessions for small hydropower plants have been continuously extended, renewed. In this period of 10 years, the problem of illegal constructions within the national park became huge. Similar situation is with National Park Shar Mountain. Small hydropower plants are still a problem. Many of them were actually cancelled, but still some remain, including one in the vital park of the newly proclaimed national park. Illegal constructions are a very big problem. And recently, less than a month ago, it was announced that a project for a new highway, which would go through the national park to connect Macedonia with Kosovo, is also planned. The law on nature protection in our country has been in a process of amending since 2016. So all these good things that I mentioned at the beginning are, unfortunately, in my opinion, just drops in the ocean. So now I'll focus on the World Heritage Ohrid region, because my organization has been working on that for 9 years. Very briefly, Ohrid region is a World Natural Heritage since 1979 and a World Cultural Heritage since 1980. And in 2019, the Albanian part of the region was also declared a World Heritage. It is one of only 9 mixed heritage sites on the European continent. Lake Ohrid is the oldest lake of Europe, one of very few ancient lakes in the world. It has the highest biodiversity index of all the lakes in the world, measured by surface area. National Park Galičice is also part of this World Heritage Site, which is a biodiversity hotspot on European level. It's a prime butterfly area. On a global level, it's important plant area, etc. So the threats to the outstanding universal values of the World Heritage are the usual suspects, and many of them have been mentioned so far, like construction or urbanization, then infrastructure development, tourism pressure, energy production, solid waste disposal, and for Ohrid also invasive species, water pollution, mainly due to wastewater discharge, etc. In my opinion, 2 underlying problems it's important to mention them because I think that they're connected to all these problems, and these are lack of rule of law and corruption. So UNESCO sent 2 missions in the recent time to the site in 2017 and 2020. And the experts who visited the site and saw the state of the values themselves, their position twice was that Ohrid region fulfills the criteria of a World Heritage in danger. However, the World Heritage Committee decided to go against the advice of the experts who visited the site, and twice so far gave our country and Albania, both Macedonia and Albania, additional time to fulfill the recommendations from UNESCO. Now I would like to share my view. If you could bear with me just a little bit. Can you see it?
It's very difficult to read this because of the, that's
Okay.
a bit better, yeah. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, so as I said, the mission in 2020, the latest mission from UNESCO, said that ongoing and planned developments, transformation and developments are exacerbating this already vulnerable situation towards a point of no return. And yet the World Heritage Committee in 2021 gave Macedonia and Albania 2 additional years to fulfill the recommendations. So how were these 2 years spent? Procedures for 53 urban plans and projects were initiated or continued. At least 212 new construction permits were issued, which is all contrary to the recommendation for an immediate moratorium on any urban or coastal transformation, which was first issued by the mission in 2017 and then again repeated by the mission in 2020. At least 400 illegal constructions have been legalized in this 2 years period, including even the illegal constructions which were reported by the National Park Galičica as a priority for demolition. The law for legalization of illegal constructions was extended. This is all contrary to the recommendation, UNESCO recommendation, how to deal with illegal constructions. We analyzed the management plan for the World Heritage Site and realized that over 78% of the activities, which by now should have been finalized, most of them, or at least started, they haven't been started yet. What was done was great part of these non-implemented activities were simply copied in a new strategic recovery plan for the World Heritage, but with new extended deadlines. New fishery base was proposed, which allows fishing of the endemic and endangered Ohrid trout. And this is contrary to the activity in the strategic recovery plan, according to which a ban on fishing of these species should be adopted. Previously closed bars on the beaches, and many of them reported to UNESCO as removed illegal constructions, were reopened this summer, and new concessions were signed for these bars and beaches were signed for the next 2 years. A new factory was opened in the free economic zone near Ohrid Airport, etc. And this is hardly the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the real life activities that took place during this 2-year period, which was granted for implementation of the recommendations. And we are especially worried by the documents and procedures which seem to be beneficial for the preservation of the outstanding universal values. But in reality, at best, they won't bring any significant change. And at worst, and more often, they enable continuation of destructive activities, but this time in accordance with the law. So I'll give you one of these examples. Currently at the Assembly, there is a law for proclamation of Studentište Marsh as a nature park. This is crucial part of the ecosystem and one of the most important biodiversity hotspots within the World Heritage. It's the last remaining marsh from what used to be extensive wetland. In 2021, due to the exceptional values of this area, it was designated a Ramsar site together with Lake Ohrid. So the new law, which proclaims the area as a nature park, has no buffer zone. And in reality, this means that all the urbanization which is planned to take place on the borders of the marsh, there won't be any legal problem with that. The zone of strict protection is only 8.85% of the whole area, and it's highly fragmented. The IUCN and international standards is 75% of the area. The law doesn't propose reallocation of the main polluter, which is located within the marsh. It's a plant nursery, which causes a leakage of chemicals like fertilizers, pesticides, etc., into the marsh itself. Then the municipality of Ohrid is proposed to be the managing body, despite the fact that the main interest of the municipality of Ohrid is further urbanization. The owners of the properties within the marsh are allowed to participate in the definition of the activities which will be allowed in the zone of sustainable use, etc. All our comments during the public consultations process were rejected. And not only our comments, but also the shared concern from Ramsar Convention was ignored. These, with the yellow, you can see the marsh, and with red are all urban plans and projects, which currently are at various stages of the adoption process. And the purple circles are illegal hotels in this area at different stages of the legalization process. To show one of the planned urban plans, you can see the area of the marsh, which is a home of 79 bird species, at least 9 species of amphibians, and at least 8 species of reptiles, 15 species of fish, 34 types of dragonflies. 15 of them are on IUCN global list, dragon, diatom, algae, etc. And just on the border of this extremely important biodiversity hotspot, the new plan called Gorica North is for urbanization of over 17 hectares with weekend houses, motels, hostels, restaurants, shops, etc. Strategic environmental assessment report was done, and it confirmed that the urban plan will be beneficial. The Ministry of Environment approved this report. Another example of real life protection related to Studentiște Marsh is the temporary protection. In theory, the marsh is under temporary protection with a decision from the Minister of Environment, which bans any development within the marsh until its formal proclamation as a nature park is finalized. In reality, you can see new villas are under construction and some other developments, all within the marsh itself. So for this, we submitted an initiative for an inspection to the State Environmental Inspectorate. And at first, they didn't act, but then we sent a letter to the State Council of Inspection Authorities, after which the State Environmental Inspectorate had to act. To this day, well, 13th September, not 11th, the situation hasn't changed and the constructions are still there, despite being an obvious breach of law. Another important law is law on proclamation of Lake Ohrid as a monument of nature, and the public hearing will be tomorrow, which is the reason why I participate online. Couldn't come to Prizren. You can see on the map the proposed zoning. The red, very thin line is the buffer zone, which is the shore of Lake Ohrid, 50 meter. this part is already protected by law on water. So within the process of proclamation of Lake Ohrid as a monument of nature, zero attention was directed towards the shore, despite the fact that many threats come from the shore, and despite the fact that the World Heritage Management Plan clearly states that within this process, this zone, the protected coastal belt, should be revised and possibly extended. The zone of strict protection here is only 11.9%. Again, 75% is the international standard. The allowed activities in the zone of active management are electric boats, despite the fact that they are defined as one of the main threats, commercial fishing, etc. The problem is that this new law, which we are going to discuss tomorrow, is based on a valorization study which was done for the sake of meeting a deadline to UNESCO, to report to UNESCO that there is some development. So it was done in few months, very unstandard study with zero field research, zero analysis of the actual threats. The map of the threats is from 2010. That should tell you something. And very big problem is the fact that IUCN, which is advisory body to UNESCO for nature, is the one who did this study. Sinam Springs is a vital area, supplies more than half of the water of Lake Ohrid. It's a zone of strict protection. And according to the law on nature, only scientific research should be allowed in this zone. In reality, there is a huge restaurant with 6 platforms over the springs, and over 1,000 tourists visit with boats or cars daily during the summer season. Here's some pictures of the strictly protected zone of this vital area. Recently,
try to
there
come
has
to
been, yeah, this is the end. Yeah, recently there's been a draft management plan for this area, which actually proposes more tourism activities, despite the fact that tourism is defined as one of the main threats. Wastewater from all these facilities goes untreated into the lake, and the monitoring of the water quality detected even Escherichia coli bacteria in the springs. This is one of the last slides. We submitted a complaint to the Berne Convention and for the threats in Ohrid. And 2021, the case was opened. In April this year, there was an on-spot appraisal, so a mission from the Berne Convention, but also Ramsar Convention, and UNESCO came to the site. Small hydropower plants are one of the problems in the area. So this is one of the projects which we have visited several times. You can see the pictures taken in March 23. There is almost no river after the hydropower plant. However, when we visited the site with the mission, there was an abundant river flowing, which obviously pointed out that the operator was informed by the authorities about the mission in time. 1 week later, we went and there was zero river again. This is a very clear illustration of what I said about corruption and lack of rule of law. So to wrap it up, one of the main excuses for non-implementation of UNESCO's recommendations of both central and local authorities is that it can't be done overnight. And the situation is complex and problems have been accumulating for many years, while continuing to accumulate the problems. And many of the new laws and plans enable continuation of the urbanization and other threats. They have significant gaps and are adopted mainly for the sake of meeting a deadline from UNESCO and showing dedication to the preservation. In other words, our country mainly spends time and money to create an illusion of dedication to the site. Thank you.
Iskra, thank you very much for this account on the situation in the Ohrid region, world natural heritage, world cultural heritage. I think it's a tremendously bleak picture that you gave us. It's highly alarming, but again, I congratulate it for, well, your overall engagement and the expertise that you are engaging in, I mean, improving the situation there. I think definitely what we need is we need experts like you to change things if things can be changed in a situation which you described by a situation of lack of rule of law, lacking interest in any way, and a development which is absolutely going contrary to any goal or any perspective for protecting the natural values that you are having in such a tremendous wealth there. And well, wish you really good success for your work, but you painted a bleak picture. So I would say, as we are a bit short in time, we continue with Till Dietrich, biologist and expert for nature conservation and science. The program writes Podgorica. This was the place where he was based until very recently, on end of last month, where he was consulting the government in Montenegro in the establishment of Emerald and Natura 2000 network. We are happy that you can join us, Till. You are quite far away from us at the moment in Kazakhstan. So, Till, your presentation.
Yeah, hello everybody. First of all, and greetings from Kazakhstan. It's evening already here, late evening actually. Happy to be here and share some insight into the nature conservation status quo in Montenegro, where I've been working for 5 years advising the government. We have a saying in German: the cup is half full or half empty. That's where we are at the moment there. And I will give you a short presentation, really short, I hope, to get some insights on this. It can touch upon all the topics. Certainly, there's a very active civil society community in Montenegro fighting to protect the beautiful nature, and yeah, so I will certainly touch upon that as well. And about the climate change, I want just to point out that the Mediterranean, and that includes the Balkan, we are already at 1.5 degrees. So because the Mediterranean as a whole is 20% above the world average, so this is certainly alarming, and adaptation measures to make this work somehow are urgently needed. But that's another topic. But we already hit Paris last year or the year before, I think. So I want to share with you my short presentation. Let's see whether that is working somehow. Well, I need to start this here. So do you see the presentation now?
Yes, it works. Yeah.
Yeah, it works. Very good. That's nice. So yeah, where things should in an ideal world come together is in the Emerald or Natura 2000 network. And Montenegro since 2007, in Montenegro since 2017, serious work has been started on making this a reality. Ornithologists, they are in a better position than for most of the other species, and for especially also for the habitats, have been doing already a lot of work. EU-funded projects, but also with own governmental funds, which were flowing regularly since 2019. It was a novum at that time that the Montenegrin government invested anything in direct nature conservation activities. It's only 200,000 euros, but yeah, biologists are modest, and if you provide some funding, the mapping of the biodiversity can be realized, and that's what's happened since 2017. There is a continuous effort to map birds, and I will come later to the habitats. And for the birds, the picture is already falling into place a little bit clearer. The country is more than half of the country is fulfilling the criteria under the Birds Habitat Directive, 53.5% to be precise. So that means that's no fake news or some political number. This is really a scientific approach where the criteria will be predefined, and if you follow through this criteria, the ecological state, which is Montenegro has even in the constitution, can be said. It can be said that at the moment, at least, it is a reality. This is actually comparing to other areas with a lot of mountains in the European Union as well, like the Carpathians in Romania. They have similar coverage of highly valuable nature conservation areas. But we are not talking about we are talking also about large areas which are covered with cultural heritage, cultural landscapes, sorry, especially the cartoons, the high mountain pastures, and also the village areas in the mountains. They are highly valuable and need maintenance, and basically there is no need for strict nature conservation. There is rather a need to convince the local people and help the local people to do what their ancestors have been doing for centuries. As you know, the keeping animals in the mountains became increasingly out of fashion, and problems are following. And there is a project, an EPA project from the European Union in sight by the end of this year, beginning of next year. And if that is working out well, the job for the mapping of the habitats and birds can be finished by 2026 and 2027, and that would allow then to close the chapter 27 for the nature conservation. I mean, chapter 27, as you know, is a large one with waste and water questions and climate and so on. So it's not only depending on the nature conservation component, but at least by then there is light at the end of the tunnel. Let's say that at least we will know what valuable areas are in the country. Here is a map of the 33 already identified so-called SPA sites, special protected area sites under the bird convention. And what is already clear, all the 22 municipalities in the countries will have to deal with this ecological network. And that's actually where the let's say the omissions come in, and where nobody is from the government is seriously working on it. And setting up an ecological network means certainly also building up capacities, and building up administration capacities, management capacities in these municipalities, in the central government in Podgorica, and there is moving nothing. And so we are basically increasingly aware what needs to be protected, but we need the next step to really do something about it did not follow yet. For the habitats, the situation is still similar. More than half of the country is already mapped. One has to map between 80 and 90% of the countries, because the urban areas are usually not to be considered for the mapping of the habitats and the birds under the Bern and EU directives, under Bern Convention and EU directives. So, but still, we are moving in the right directions, and most importantly is that at the moment, due to the efforts of the government and due to the effort of the EU project, there are 40 mappers in the country which are trained to really do the work. That was a problem in the beginning, in the beginning of the start of my work in 2018, there were just not enough people to could do the job, and only providing money didn't help at that time. And now the situation is much different. There is really enough. There are really enough trained mappers, human resources available, and it's only money needed at the moment to finish this work on the mapping. Establishing the network is a complete other headache, and not so successful as the mapping is going on, even though, since we heard it from the other countries, there is a legal framework, it's adapted to the European Union standards, and since 2016 this ecological network is mentioned, but nothing happened. There are even 32 candidate emerald sites since 2012, which are not moving anywhere. The emerald sites are very small on top of it, and we have already 2 emeralds Bern Convention sites cases open, one for the Skadar Lake National Park and one for the Komarnica. I mean, the Komarnica case is not yet open, but again, hydropower is planned there, but it will be open at any point because the government is not giving up on this project. And it will be destroy the whole emerald site. So, I mean, the candidate emerald site. So there's no way that there can be made a compromise with this. So, and recently I went through with NGO representatives, the 32 candidate emerald sites, and 80% of them have one or the other problems. It's gravel digging, illegal graveling, certainly urbanization, wastewater, waste, yeah, you name it. Yeah, numbers. So we have 12% of the country is on land is already having some sort of national protection. 2% is only on the sea. The candidate emerald sites cover about 15% on land and 2% on the sea. And as I mentioned earlier, we are talking about 53.5% potential area for the Natura 2000 network. So, I mean, we are certainly not hitting the 53.5%, but you see the discrepancy in the numbers, and which gives you an indication how much work is still ahead. The UN, as you're probably aware of, is aiming for 30% protected land and seascape, which means 28% less, 28% still missing for the sea in Montenegro. Yeah, here you see a picture from the Skadar Lake National Park, where already some road construction started for a 5-star hotel in the center of the park, which is certainly a crazy development. But again, in this case, also a success story so far, at least. The Ramsar Convention and the Bern Convention made a joint mission, stopped the project. And the government, since 2019, did not allow any further construction there. But make no mistake, I call this type of project zombie projects. They might wake up anytime. So I saw it on the Ohrid Lake as well. There was a ski resort planned, and every time a new mayor was coming, the project was waking up again. And this is a type of a project which is only sleeping, unfortunately. It's not completely solved the problem, because we are talking about a national park already. Now, it should actually be protected, but it's not the case. Okay, we are losing habitats at a staggering rate. I told you about 80% of only the emerald sites are affected already by one or the other threat. And maybe I don't know. Maybe the new government is finally following the Croatian approach, to set up now and not wait for the entry to the European Union to set up now the Emerald Network under the Berne Convention. The Berne Convention is signed since the existence of the country in 2007. So there is basically no time to waste, and it looks like that there is some movement in this direction, because otherwise, whenever this European Union acquis is then finally finished, we will it's already clear we will lose too many areas due to mismanagement and misdevelopments in the country. The problem is always that 5-star hotels and huge projects, tourism projects, are understood as that they are sort of a tourism attraction. But as a matter of fact, tourism attractions are 3 things. This is the hospitality of the local people. It's a really effort to keep this going, especially if you have mass tourism coming in. It's the cultural heritage and it's the nature. These 3 things. If you put 5-star hotels in the middle of nowhere and where everything is destroyed about it, it will not function. So that's unfortunately not understood. And what is in the end of the day where it all should come together? And I know in all the other Balkan countries there is a similar legal framework in place, is the spatial plan. The spatial plan, or urban plans as well, which are under it usually, should regard all levels of public interests, including certainly infrastructure, but also this ecological network. It should go in there. And it's not a popular thing to do, because I mean, at the end of the day, you need to draw borders, and Goran can build a house and Darko cannot build a house. No? So, but this has to be done in order to protect the nature everybody needs for sustainable development of the region, or of the country in this case. Nobody is coming to a completely urbanized or completely erratically urbanized area. So that's also not taken care of. Basically, the European Union, from my own point of view, should take over this task, because if you hand out such a work to a local company, the corruption will jeopardize the work. So this is really a ticklish question, because there's so much on stake. Yeah, but with this short overview, I want to wrap it up. You see, some developments are there in Montenegro. We can I think we can really be proud, and Montenegro can really be proud that this habitat and bird mapping is moving on a steady pace. I'm not saying that it is super fast, but it's moving on a steady pace. But the implementation of the protection on the ground, that's the big task ahead. And yeah, probably needs a new government to engage on this, and a lot of help from the European Union and others. Yeah, questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dieterich, for joining from Kazakhstan. Thank you for taking the effort. With the Montenegro case, I think we've seen an example that Montenegro has a lot of work already done. I mean, on establishing this Emerald Network, Natura 2000 designation of areas, which is a necessity in the EU accession process. So actually, we were running out of time in this panel, and the coffee is waiting us outside. So I would like my panelists, I will post them probably one question, which is a probably challenging and demanding question. I mean, what we heard now from all our country studies, that many things are on a good way. The legislation is mostly on a good way. Money is missing, regulations sometimes are missing, and implementation, it's always a matter of implementation. At the same time, what we heard, we have a situation in our region where climate change is even more severe, strikes the region more severely than other regions on the globe. Whereas we have a tremendous wealth in biodiversity, we also have a tremendous loss in biodiversity and a tremendous threat to biodiversity. And then on the other hand, we have this integration process into EU, which is very demanding on all these sides. I mean, tackling climate change, doing things for protection of nature and environment. So I asked you, I mean, what is the major step that has been taken immediately, and how do you see a solution for all of this? What has to happen firstly and most seriously? What are the steps to be taken to get out of this situation, which is, in a way, if you summarize what we heard, a kind of negative circle we are in, because we are losing time when things change so tremendously. I start with Till Dietrich.
Yeah, in order to get ahead of this wave of investments, wrong developments, and so on, from my point of view, we really need to get good spatial plans, good urban plans on the table as soon as possible. I know that plans might just gather dust somewhere in the shelves, but this is the homework which has to be done. The legal framework looks good, but in most of the countries is quite good adapted to the needs. But until as long as there is no good plan on the table, which is taking this zoning basically of the country into account, we are getting nowhere. The other thing is then certainly how to implement this and follow through. But yeah, in Montenegro at the moment, we don't have a valid spatial plan at the moment, and there is it's not even anything which is ecological network wise already elaborated is in the old one. So this is leading nowhere, and we will not get ahead of this urbanization and wrong developments we see at the moment, and fight case by case. Here a case, there a case. We need a systematic approach. Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. Alexander.
Yeah, I would see the answer in your question actually. So, of course, you need law implementation. Of course, you need to fight corruption. There are all means that point towards achieving good governance in general. But in my opinion, the issue is also it's a bit about identity as well. So you said that it's a extremely biodiverse region. Albania has very high level of biodiversity. So it's a matter of putting nature and biodiversity in the center of the ethics of governance for me. You cannot do mistakes that other countries have done in the past. Development cannot look like it looked in Central and Western Europe in the post-world Second World War period. It cannot look like aggressive industrialization, aggressive advancement of transport infrastructure, even sometimes aggressive advancement of what we see as solutions for energy, as renewable energies, because even those sometimes are planned in the worst places and actually do more harm than good when it comes to biodiversity. So it's about asking the question what we want the country to be identified with. Do we want it to be identified with the resorts? So when people come, they see these shiny resorts by the coast. Do we want it to be identified by some form of industry which will provide jobs or whatever? Or do we want it to be identified by the very wonderful nature and biodiversity that we have? Albania is biodiversity. That's what it is. I mean, we have so much biodiversity, and all the other countries as well. So that's what we should put at the core of our governance. Thank you.
Thank you for this, Alexander. Valmira, what is your vision? And what needs to?
Oh, we have so many needs and wishes.
Just you have 2 wishes.
Yeah. I agreed with other panelists, with Tel and Iskra and Alexander, and all their presentations are very fruitful for us. Example, from Tel, I learned more about the birds directive, because in Kosovo we don't have the ornithologist. We have just one or something photographer, or not ornithologist to do this job. And for the legal framework, we agreed 3 countries, Macedonia, 4 countries, Kosovo, Albania, and Montenegro, that we have a regulatory framework for biodiversity, but the implementation is needed. It's needed support from our governments, financial, to support from donors, from NGOs, from international NGOs that have the experience for nature protections, and to be a priority of our governments. This is, thank you.
Thank you, Valmira. Iskra? Iskra?
Yes.
Iskra, still there?
I am, yes.
Iskra, I invest great hope in you because you won so many fights, as I know you, and I know what about your engagement in the past, and you are struggling so hard. So what is your vision, how you can change things concerning nature conservation, how to really make nature conservation an issue in the minds of people, of governments, and whomever?
I don't know what we can do more than what we are doing, which is primarily using the law to improve nature conservation. I think the main problem and the first thing that has to be done is, as the other panelists mentioned already, implementation of the existing legislation. The whole process of transposing the EU acquis into national legal systems, which took many years, a lot of money, doesn't mean anything, and doesn't move the countries even a millimeter towards EU, as long as these laws and strategies, etc., are nothing but a pile of paper. And I mean primarily implementation by the institutions and the authorities, because in our work, the institutions and the authorities who should make sure that the others implement the law and don't breach it, they're the ones who don't implement the relevant legislation and even knowingly break the law. So without that, we're not going to move anywhere. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Iskra. Well, okay, let's start with our second panel, towards a sustainable future for Sharri, Shar, Mavrovo, Korab-Koritnik transboundary region, a complicated term. We are talking about a transnational protected area and the perspectives and challenges of this area, about the transnational or regional cooperation within this area. What are the necessary elements of both an efficient protection of such a transnational natural heritage, and also having a look at the question of how to create an income for the local population, because it is of course also of importance that people can gain an income within this protected area. We will be talking about conflicting interests, and one topic that we should touch, that the mayor at a point was mentioning, this is the potentials of the development of ecotourism. So the mayor has already given his presentation. I'm starting right away with Bekim Bitici, from the Sharri National Park, who is also guiding us here, our study group. For this panel, I have one wish. Please keep your speeches and interventions. As I said, we want to have a dialogue. Keep it as short as possible. Better 5 minutes than 10. I give Bekim the word. Bekim, what are your experiences in this working so closely, both for the National Park Administration and also in development of tourist products in this area? Bekim.
Thank you to all, but also Mr. Bray and all the participants. But also, I would like to also discuss with the mayor of a prison, because we have joint topics to be discussed, especially when it comes like waste management, because the Prevala example, recreation center, of course, it's managed by a national park through the ministry, and we have public company who is dealing with this issue and topics. But not least, also ski center Brezovica and other ski area like Brod, but also other, let's say, third zone within the national park is managed and supported as much ministry can afford, depend on a budget that is planned. I would like to discuss about this area transborder cooperation, which after 2013, Dragaš municipality, it wasn't a national park, but after it was declared, and the extension of the old national park into the new Sharri National Park with another 25,000 hectares, which now we are, of course, in a cross-border area with nature park Korab-Koritnik, but also Mavrovo. This, of course, we are lacking with the human capacity and technical, but also financial means, especially in this area where it's very active, let's say, in farming, ecotourism, but also some now lately supported by GIZ. We have a new product, High Scardos Trail, which going through these nature parts or national parks in this area. And it's very important cooperation. Unluckily, as a national park Sharri, with this very limited capacity, we applied with National Park Mavrovo in one project, IPA project. Last 10 years, we attempt twice, but again, because we don't have capacity to manage and to have right people, right equipment, but capacity in place inside, that way we failed. We wasn't scored as example. If we compare National Park Mavrovo, which they have a lot of funds from EU, but also other to maintain and to organize, and of course having more activity tourism in those parks. But up to this year, you can imagine we last 20 years we didn't have any investment from our ministry. But thank you for donors, especially GIZ, German organization, who supported the farming activity in Dragaš municipality with 4, let's say, mobile dairy factory who were traveling back and forth throughout the summer with equipments, high standard equipments, EU standards for production of Shar cheese. And we have like 4 farmers who got up to 20,000 euros per one farmer. It was the first project, concrete project, where we were intermediating between the German government and the farmer directly. So they were contracted through us. Then, of course, hiking trails, equipment let's say, against the fire in cross-border area, thanks to the ECREM and GIZ and the project that was in the past. Now, this year we have 5 projects which are ongoing implementation. One project is like marking outline of the borders of the national park. Second is maintenance of the 3 hiking trails. We're gonna start from the east to the west, from Brezovica, Prizren to Dragaš. Next 3 years from this year. Then reconstruction of the offices, Prizren and Brezovica, which are very important, 2 main offices. The headquarters of the national park is in Prizren. Then new parking system of the ski center, but also entries digitalized, which will happen this year. Actually, from 1st January, we hope that it will be in place, so everybody can go and pay the fee by digital scanning into the ski area. These are the new, let's say, projects that we are happy to have them and working very hard, very busy with little capacity. In total, like we are 18. Like now during the summer, we got also some practitioners, guards, wardens, but it's okay to have them, but we are not satisfied because we want to have really guard who are responsible as a director of one certain area, as we have European Ranger Association, like in loose capacity in the future, hoping. Ecotourism, it's one of the tools that we think that it can be implemented and to support rural development, but also through mountain tourism. Yes, we are there. People are there in place. Of course, we have obstacles, problems, challenges from hydropower, from illegal construction, from illegal cuts. And lately we are having also new law on a forest, which will allow forestry to go into the national park and harvest the woods. This is another, let's say, from next year, maybe we'll implement it. Yeah, I try to be as short I can. If you have any question directly and concrete, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bekim, also for being brief. I think we go on with our presentations and then come back with concrete questions. What I take from you is what you say, that you are absolutely in lack of funds and lack of capacities and financing capacities, and the way out is mostly through the engagement of donors, mostly international donors, for well, investments that make the functioning of the park or make the park more functional and preserving its natural values in a much better way. Thank you, Bekim. I would now
Bray, if you can I have just 1 minute?
Yeah.
Next. Last few years, we are in discussion with international organization, Global Conservation, based in US, and hopefully they are working in Macedonia national parks in Sharri, but also Mavrovo. I'm in contact with them. So idea is like if we could have them here and to have like high-tech monitoring system of the nature, forest, illegal cuts, forest fire, but also illegal hunting, which we have problem up to now. If we're gonna have, or this is a bit political, I think, we're waiting to be decided in the ministry with a new prime minister, but actually a new deputy minister and minister to support this project. Then we're gonna have really support direct, especially in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Bekim. And I think what's our main interest is here. It's, I mean, we have this transboundary region. The question is, how is it functioning? I mean, what is the substance of this kind of transboundary cooperation, and is it working, or what's going on here, and is it really existing? So I would say now, deviating from the order in the program, I would ask Xevat Lushi, executive board member and country director for Kosovo in a very renowned NGO connecting natural values and people from Pristina, to offer us his perspectives. Please, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bray. It's my honor to be part of this panel discussion. Dear colleagues from the partner organization, hi to everybody. First of all, I would like just very short information about CNVP. CNVP is a Dutch registered organization which is operating in the Western Balkan countries, having offices in Pristina, Albania, North Macedonia, and Montenegro. We are promoting building a greener economy. And in the framework of this, we have designed also the strategy 2022-2027. And there we have decided for some priorities to contribute to the greener economy. And the sectors that we are contributing are sustainable forest management, is biomass production for renewable energy, rural development, contributing to raising awareness about climate change, biodiversity, environment, which are linked also with the chapter 27, as well as gender aspect and mobilization of local community. In this framework, we are implementing different projects in all over 4 countries where we are operating. And mainly these are the projects that are funded by the different donors like SIDA, by German funds like DBU, Jensen, European Commission funds, and POND funds. And with these projects, we are concentrate and we are contributing to different aspects that we promote regional development cooperation. We are contributing to the integrated rural development, to raising awareness about the climate change, to the biodiversity, and also to the strengthening transboundary cooperation. And the project that we have initiated are in the line with the challenges that we are facing, less and more all region. And in the previous panel discussion was mentioned that also one of the challenges is that we are having the good legal framework, but the weakness is to implementation level of this law. And this has also consequences in undertaking the different measures for local economic development as well as for the protected area. With this project that we have initiated, we have examples that we are implementing. The projects mainly are contributing to increase the local incomes and targeting marginalized groups and also the small entrepreneurs that are living in rural areas. And which are the sectors that mainly we are supporting the local communities. I mean, the sectors that we are promoting or having the concrete project is livestock, like it is improving technology for milk production, for the cheese production, which is one of the advantages that are in the Sharri, Korab-Koritnik mountain areas. With this is to use the quality or to improve the quality of the cheese production mainly. And with this we have implemented the project, which is under the package of the project that we are implementing in the three countries and is funded by our donor Jensen, DBU, and Aeronatura. Another project that also we are promoting is beekeeping. I mean, the idea behind of this is to give opportunity to the local farmers to increase their production in honey production and in the same time to contribute to the biodiversity by investing in putting the new species which can contribute to increase the meadows for the bees. Other projects also are going in the direction of the afforestation. As you know, Kosovo is facing with one challenge that is high level of illegal logging and also a lot of damage in the forest. So we are practicing with the good practices to revitalize the damaged forest by putting the new technology in the revitalization, by preparing the management plans, by establishing the new forest with the new species and with the new technologies. And also not leaving behind, also tourism is one of the sectors that we are promoting, which is one of the advantages of the region. And through the tourism, we are trying to promote all foods that is producing in local areas or in the mountain areas and offering to the gastronomy, to the clients. This is the best way to promote also the regional development and regional products. Also, and this I will, and then another intervention that we are doing and we are promoting. Former colleague has mentioned, Mrs. Lipa, that also in the Drini River basin, we are facing with the challenge that a lot of damage has happened in the bed of the river, as well as in the long sides of the both sides of the river. So having the really fertile agricultural land, we have had the case that the, let's say, informal companies have utilized these lands by destroying, using the sand for the construction, and now we are having destroyed agricultural land beside of the river. And these areas, which we don't have assessment, but is evaluating that a lot of hectares, 1,000 hectares now are abandoned. And now we are promoting that these areas through the pilot project to rehabilitate and to afforestate with the fast-growing trees plantation. With this, we are trying to rehabilitate the agricultural land, to improve the biodiversity, and also contributing to the carbon sequestration. I mean, are only some pilot project which also we are discussing back to your question, Mr. Bray, with the public institution in order to initiate and also to combine the synergies for initiating the right project which is needed for these areas. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. This was both brief and very concrete. Thank you for this. And what I take from what you said, I think part of your projects is oriented towards rural development. I mean, improving the means of living in the protected areas, which is something I think of tremendous importance. During our trip we had so far in the protected areas, we were discussing a lot about this issue that it is very, very important to keep people there, cultivating their land and finding a living. I remember that Mr. Dietrich also mentioned that it's, in a way, nature conservation is keeping people there what they are doing. I mean, as shepherds and whatever. And I think it's very important to support this kind of rural development also in the protected areas. Yeah. Thank you for this, and I think it's very important. We will come later to the issue of ecotourism, and then you can probably also step in that. Now, for a second time, Alexander Draiche has the floor, as he's also very much engaged in this very region. You remember that in this big transnational area, Korab-Koritnik is a part of this bigger area of altogether 24,000 square kilometers of protected areas, and we are eager to hear his perspective, both from what's happening on the Albanian side and on the regional cooperation in nature conservation. Please.
Thank you, and hi again. I'm very happy to be in the same table with colleagues and with partners with whom we have cooperated quite a lot in the past, and we are continuing to cooperate together. The area of Korab-Koritnik, which is part of the larger Shar mountain Mavrovo ecosystem that spans Albania, North Macedonia, and Kosovo. It's one of the focus area of my organization for many years. Actually, PPNEA has been the organization who has conducted biodiversity assessments and the socio-economic assessments before the area got a protection status in December 2011. Of course, in this approach, we are very much aware that we can never act alone in this region. The area is part of a very large transboundary region that spans more than 2,000 square kilometers in all three countries. We have the Korab-Koritnik Nature Park in the Albanian side, which until last year was the largest protected area in Albania with more than 55,000 hectares or 550 square kilometers. Now we have the Albanian Alps that are significantly bigger, but only since last year. We have the Sharri Mountain National Park in Kosovo, again, one of the largest protected areas in the region. And in North Macedonia, we have the two national parks, Mavrovo, which is quite an old national park, but also the very recent Shara Mountain National Park that actually complemented the protection puzzle of this area, so that this entire magnificent ecosystem would gain a protection status in all three countries. We are in an area of incredible biodiversity. It's one of the richest highland ecosystems when it comes to elements of biodiversity. We have here in this region the last core population of the critically endangered Balkan lynx, of which less than 50 survive in the wild. So you can imagine the situation is quite critical. We have very healthy populations of large mammals, including the brown bear and the wolf. Birds of prey are abundant as well. So you can imagine it's quite a paradise for wildlife. At the same time, it's also a region of extreme values when it comes to the cultural heritage. You can just imagine that having three countries that share this ecosystem contributes even more to this cultural diversity, which also needs to be considered when it comes to the long-term preservation. So we are talking about the transboundary area. Last year, we were very happy to see the three ministers, Minister of Albania, North Macedonia, and Kosovo, signing a memorandum of understanding for the joint protection of this area, after many years of efforts by several actors from civil society, local actors that are quite engaged. It was a big news to see that development. We are yet to see the fruits of that memorandum in the long run. It's only been a little bit more than 1 year. However, the commitment is there. I have to say that we have seen very good cooperation when it comes to the civil society level. So the organizations in between the three countries, they talk very well to each other, they communicate very well, they share the same values, and they want to see the region prosper in terms of joint nature conservation for the long run. The scientists also do cooperate very good with each other, academic institutions, there is exchange in between that. So there is a very, very good base on which we can talk about real transboundary conservation. I'm not gonna repeat again the efforts that we are doing in the region, because my colleague, Mr. Lushi, he explained very well the projects that we are running, especially one of them is a joint project that we conduct together with colleagues from CNVP, but also with colleagues from the Macedonian Ecological Society, from North Macedonia, where we are supporting traditional livestock keeping, we are supporting ecotourism. We need to be careful with the term. We are supporting ecotourism, we are supporting beekeeping, we are supporting sustainable plant collection and income generation through local medicinal and aromatic plants. It is, however, imperative that when we talk about transboundary cooperation, we should treat nature as one. There are, of course, borders, and we know that the borders are there. The borders are there for people, but we should know that nature has no borders, and we all know that. We are sharing this common heritage, and this sharing of this nature should be at the center of the governing policies of all three countries when it comes to decisions that are made in every side of the border. If we have policies that influence one area, it's not just a problem, or if we have projects, infrastructure projects that are done in one country, for this area, we should not just stay within the limits of the country, but we should also look at the transboundary impacts that such projects can have. On one hand, the Albanian government is, of course, praising the region for its natural richness. It has designated it as a protected area. However, there are negative developments within the protected area, especially when it comes to small hydropower development that are causing significant problems to the river ecosystems within the park. And we are talking here about the rivers that are also transboundary, that are part of the Drin Basin, that is also shared, of course, on the three countries, and that have impacts on the three countries. There is a huge hydropower project happening in Skavica, which is at the western fringe of Korab-Koritnik Nature Park. And if the plan go ahead, this will be one of the largest hydropower projects in Albania and probably in the region, with a dam that might be up to 150 meters, and it will flood several villages, and it will require the displacement of at least more than 30 villages in the region. We are in 2023, and to think that projects like this are even thought about and even started to be implemented, it's downright outrageous, and everything is being done with very little public consultation, if any public consultation, very little engagement with the local population, but also, most importantly, without taking into account the impacts that such a huge project is going to have on a transboundary scale. If the Skavica Dam is built and the lake that it will create, it will completely fragment this region from the central mountainous region of Albania, which means that the movement of species will be disrupted and the whole ecosystem will suffer in what it is today, a continuous ecosystem between the three countries. So it's quite important that these problems are not looked just on the country level when it comes to a region like Korab-Shar ecosystem, but on the transboundary aspect. Another major issue that the region is facing, at least in Albania, but I'm sure there are the reality is not so different in the other two countries, is the fast and rapid depopulation. And one might think, okay, people are leaving, so great. That means nature might be better for nature. Actually, the reality it's not so easy. It's not people leaving and then nature will thrive. The reality is much more nuanced. The local people are not just people that are there to destroy the environment. In fact, they do anything but destroy the environment. They are stewards of the land, they are guardians of the land, and they live in almost sustainable ways of living and with sustainable livelihoods. The moment that the local people move out, that means that they open up the space for big companies to move in. That means that nobody is there to protest for hydropower development. Nobody is there to go against mining development. Nobody is there to actually say something about the exploitation of nature that the big companies can do. So it's not an issue of just people leaving and, you know, great for nature. It is much more nuanced than that. And especially for the region, which is characterized by a very high degree of traditional practices when it comes to livestock keeping, when it comes to plant collection, when it comes to farming, which are practices that should be preserved for the long run, and actually practices that help biodiversity to thrive. It's a big issue that a big part of the population is leaving and is basically abandoning all these traditional practices. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Very interesting, I think very important, your contribution. This also mentioning the high importance of traditional agriculture, livestock keeping, whatever. Besides biodiversity, this richness in biodiversity, this is an asset you are having in this region, that you have still this kind of activities preserved. And it's really an urgent need to keep people there and keep them doing what they are doing. I think this is very important. And it's not, nature protection is not a matter of wilderness, and it's very important to support people in this direction, keeping them having a sources of living and means of staying there in the region. Now, thanks for this round, and we are now coming to a specific topic which was already several times mentioned. This is ecotourism. We were as a group moving in these protected areas, thinking of yesterday we experienced with Bekim some very good examples that there are new tourist products of ecotourism developed on a small scale. And then we see that there are certainly a lot of challenges to the development of ecotourism, that infrastructures are still missing, and you have the waste problem and a lot of things. So this is the complex that we should devote our time now. Now, we have a presentation of one researcher that some of you, I think, know, Vivian Rao, who did a research on the potentials of ecotourism back 5 or 6 years ago, and she wrote a report that I liked very, very much about this. I mean, it was a report on the potentials in the 3 countries of this region, and Vivian Rao, she cannot be here. She sent us a long presentation, which we tried to skip a bit and make it shorter. And I think it's a very good basis for a discussion. Then you step in, Enver Hisseni, with your ideas, GIZ ideas, on also promoting tourism in the region. What I found interesting to give an introduction to what we are seeing now, that Vivian's approach was not only doing research on numbers and talking with officials and whatever. What she did is that she really packed her backpack and went hiking in all of these regions to get first-hand experience, and I think this is sometimes very much valuable, that you really see what is the offer there, what are the problems, what you see on the ground, or what you are missing on the ground. So we're starting with this presentation, and you will see it's also an innovative approach. It's a kind of it's a series of slides, but you will see yourself how it works. She will answer some questions that I have sent to her. And yeah, let's start without further explanation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vivian Rao, and as you can see, I'm making use of quite a new presentation tool, which is very unfamiliar for me, but yeah, I'm glad that it's possible to kind of be there and not be there at the same time. Anyhow, it's really a pity not to be able to be in Prizren in person today. Very warm greetings to you, Flaka and Bekim. Yeah, considering my small contribution today, I just felt like it's not appropriate and not sustainable to board a plane and at the same time talk about sustainable tourism. Nevertheless, I hope my contribution by doing this presentation will be valuable and support maybe some of the exchanges you have afterwards. Before I start, a few words about myself. I work at Adelphi, a policy consultancy and think tank in Berlin, and I work on climate-related issues and with a specific focus on climate adaptation. But my job is actually not the reason why I'm speaking today. Mr. Brey asked me a few months ago if I could imagine speaking about a paper I co-authored with my colleague Laura Weihrauch in 2017. And to be honest, I was surprised that there was actually any interest at all in the study almost 6 years after it was published. Yeah, but at the same time, of course, I was very pleased because it's unfortunately not too rare that such projects lose their relevance quite quickly. So yeah, the project was and is very close to my heart. Firstly, because it was a great learning experience for me personally. And secondly, because I consider the topic still to be very, very important and relevant. Yeah, so let's start by giving you a brief context on the development of the paper.
So this context we skipped. It was research questions and a definition of ecotourism, and yeah, we do a short skipping down through this paper and then go again into the presentation. This is something she explains, but it's self-explaining in a way.
So what our desk research, our interviews, and our field visits showed us quite quickly is that ecotourism as a concept does not necessarily nor automatically lead to sustainable development. Quite the opposite. Poorly implemented projects that do not involve the population or are not designed with a long-term perspective in mind can be very harmful to nature and people, and therefore, especially in such a culturally and ecologically sensitive region as this project region, one should look very carefully at the initial situation and at risks and opportunities. Even though you can see the summarized results of our assessment now on the following slides, I will focus only on some individual aspects, some of the aspects which remained very much in my memory, and yeah, also for the reason that certainly some of the findings are no longer relevant today or outdated. I really want to focus on the most important ones from my memory at least. So let's start with the Albanian side, the Korab-Koritnik region. I remember very well that it was the most difficult area to get and access reliable data. Be it about the number of tourists, about overnight stays, about biodiversity, state of biodiversity and its development. Often the data was outdated, it was not accessible, it was not collected sometimes. And in general, we noticed that it's always very important to critically evaluate the data provided, because even though the total number of tourists in Albania, for example, has increased over the years, and is often cited as or called as being the evidence of the increasing importance of the tourism sector in Albania. The data, if you look at it in detail, you see that the data shows that in relation to the total number of arrivals, purposes other than vacation, and especially day visits, seem to gain importance. So the total number does not really say a lot about the quality of the arrivals. And yeah, especially in the cross-border region of Northeast Albania, they are affected by this type of tourism, of this cross-border tourism, which in total numbers increases, but does not really say like how long the people stay and what they actually do. It's really important to address this issue by using the potential actually of the people being there and giving them incentives to make them stay longer or make them stay at all. Yeah, because the positive aspects of ecotourism, they do not really unfold in those really resource intensive day visits or people just crossing the region. Ecotourism needs people to stay longer to unfold its full potential. And one reason people did not stay is, of course, or has been, of course, the lack of tourism management and tourism offers in place. Like there was very little cooperation between the few actors in the region. And we had the feeling that everyone was like doing a little bit what he or she just wants. And also our conversations with the people, they confirmed that the northeastern region of Albania is very often disadvantaged compared to other regions in Albania. And also in terms of national tourism efforts, tourism development efforts, national tourism development funds, and national nature conservation funds and plans, they always do not prioritize or even mention the northeastern region of Albania. And no one really seemed to feel responsible for it. At the same time, it was already back then that some NGOs and some scientists started to take interest in the region, especially because of its very pristine nature and very like the quality of biodiversity and the richness of biodiversity. And it may well be that like in the recent years, the region has maybe received more attention. I hope so. It would be very nice. And I would really recommend everyone the hiking tour we did on the highest mountain of Albania in northern Macedonia. If there was appropriate infrastructure, because yeah, at that time we were very much dependent on help and on guidance to not get lost. In Kosovo, we encountered a quite different starting situation. On the positive side, we noticed that the legal and legislative situation for the protection of nature is relatively well established or better established. But what was repeatedly criticized was the lack of funding and compliance with those existing laws. Moreover, due to the fact that in general, more people live in the region compared to the other two project regions, and that tourism already plays quite a greater role, the negative sides of human intervention in nature are much more visible, like littering, illegal construction sites, illegal logging. And it requires a lot of resources, human resources and financial resources, and a close cooperation between national park and tourism providers, that these problems can be effectively managed while tourism can be further developed. So we perceived the Directorate of Sharri National Park and the Tourism Office in Prison to be the central points to enable the potential of positive co-benefits of tourism and nature conservation. But at the same time, they of course don't have the capacity nor the mandate to act as full providers of tourism infrastructure and services in the national park. So much of the required infrastructure and the services must be provided by local municipalities and communities outside the park area. So yeah, accordingly, any strategy for developing ecotourism in the national park must include measures to generate sufficient revenue for the administration to carry out its functions and to protect the ecological and cultural values of the park. And it's very important that potential revenues from ecotourism in future are partially returned to the park's administration to ensure the environmental benefits, as they then contribute to better monitoring, care, and conservation of the park's natural resources, and in turn, that can increase the attractiveness of the destination. I will go straight on with a little mini summary. So don't be confused by the term TEM you can read here. That was like the project title at that time. What is important is that, as a summary, that the border region we looked at back then is incredibly rich in terms of species, landscapes, biodiversity, opportunities for tourism everywhere. The big challenge we saw on the ground is to deal with the problems that already exist, such as littering, lack of state control, lack of awareness, private interests. Deal with those problems in such a way that neither the touristic development is completely blocked, nor that decisions are made in a rush or in an unsustainable manner. From what has been said now, it can definitely be concluded that the development of ecotourism in the region has both opportunities and challenges. So let's look at some of them. We can definitely see, looking at the whole region and looking actually at Europe as a whole, that there is an increasing international demand for pristine nature experiences. And the very basis to be possible to do it is the abundant natural resources and attractive landscapes. Both is in place. There is tremendous potential to diversify the products associated with ecotourism, from hiking to skiing to climbing to horse riding. The potential is huge. Then the authenticity of the local cultures and also their hospitality is something which really draws tourists, and is also a potential for like fruitful interactions between tourists and locals. Then there is the potential that the region becomes one of the largest coherent protected cross-border areas in Europe, which of course offers branding opportunities. Then there is definitely an existing network of very motivated and very knowledgeable individuals and NGOs on the ground who already lay the groundwork for knowledge sharing in ecotourism development. Then we have the possibility to merge culture, tradition, and nature, which has also an educational aspect, which can bring locals and tourists closer to their natural environment. On the other side, we have challenges facing. It's definitely a challenge to establish robust legal frameworks for ecotourism implementation. that really ensure sustainability and long-term sustainability. Political instability in the region can lead to expertise loss, to information loss, as well as damage the reputation of the region. Then we found that it is a challenge to miss political support. Some governments seem to prioritize fast profits over sustainable development. Then it's a challenge to maintain established products, like hiking trails need to be maintained, or like any product needs maintenance. They require long-term perspectives. Another challenge is to meet tourists' expectations, especially eco-tourists often have high expectations, including the adherence to EU standards. So meeting their expectations is very crucial for success and not disappointing them. Another challenge is the lack in some places of ecotourism knowledge at all. So many stakeholders lack knowledge about the principles, about the practices, about the necessity of ecotourism. And one challenge which we didn't address today, but which is very relevant, in fact, is capital drain. There is a risk of money flowing out of the region to foreign countries or capital cities instead of benefiting local communities. So we really need also economic strategies to keep the money in the region. So all in all, the region really holds immense potential. However, overcoming the challenges such as political instability and the need for sustainable development is very crucial, but not easy. With strategic planning and a commitment to preserve the natural treasures, the region can become can have a leading role in responsible ecotourism. So thank you very much for your attention. It's kind of weird to not have immediate feedback. I hope, or I'm more than happy if the paper or the presentation can be a source of discussion or inspiration. You can find all sources and details, of course, in the paper itself. The link is down here. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me under the given mail address. And yeah, I wish you all much success in your work for a socially and environmentally sustainable development of the region. Goodbye.
Well, thank you, Vivian. She doesn't hear us, but I think it was quite inspiring to listen to her with this first-hand experience. And I think, or it's a question to Ekrem now, whether things have really changed or how to change things to even better. I go over to Ekrem Hisseni from the GIZ, Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, who will explain about the projects he's working on concerning the development of tourism products in these kind of border regions. Ekrem, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bray, and hello also from my side. Good afternoon. I hope your energy level is still high for my short input. Great to see positive signs. I'm happy to hear the study that Vivian Rao presented, because at the time she did this study, she was part of GIZ project as an ASA student in our regional project of biodiversity. And it was really a kind of eye-opener for us, even though we more or less knew the situation. But of course, when you have it very well summarized. It's another value of it. And something like in parallel with the year 2017, actually, GIZ started. Let me first just short introduce you. GIZ, as a German government-owned organization for international development, has two kinds of projects supporting development of countries worldwide. Mainly bilateral projects, which are projects negotiated between, let's say, Germany and Kosovo, and then agreed upon and signed and then implemented, but also regional projects. Regional projects meaning they involve more than 3 countries, and especially these projects were very suitable for the Western Balkans because the countries are small. The history is more or less the same. The problems are the same. Our colleagues, Bekim, Alexander, and also Javad spoke about the same problems in the countries. And that's why GIZ, in a framework of regional project called Support to Economic Diversification of Rural Areas, let's say, brainstormed with our partners and came up with, with a project where our political partner in German, politischer Partner, or lead executing agency is SWG, Standing Working Group for Rural Regional Development of Southeast Europe. We implement this project since 2017, where we actually started thinking about what can we do about the region. And as we know, in these remote areas, border areas, and also settlements in or within the national parks, there are not many alternatives and for their development, and tourism is one of the alternatives, and ecotourism, as Viviane said in the presentations. That's why we start thinking about how to integrate the region and how to integrate the settlements, how to integrate the national parks and the protected areas. We had a very good example of a few years before with a similar project that was implemented between Kosovo, Montenegro, and Albania, called Peaks of the Balkans project. And it was a round trail, circulating all around 3 countries, Kosovo, Montenegro, Albania, which was and still is a very good success, actually. And it contributed quite significantly to the well-being of the settlements, of course, of selected, let's say, providers of services, be it accommodation or agencies, but also local productions, because tourism incorporates many other sectors. Because we know that one working place in tourism generates up to 3 working places in the secondary or tertiary, let's say, economic activities. We had a good success. We had a very good success with Peace of the Balkans. Just to remind you that in 2013, when we finished the first part of the project as GIZ regional project on behalf of the German government and the Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BNZ, it was awarded worldwide at the World Travel and Tourism Council with the first prize worldwide as a best project in 2013 for destination stewardship management. And then we conducted, the second part of this project with another additional instrument of GIZ, of the German government, called the public-private partnership, when we partnered with Summit Club from Munich. It is an outdoor tour operator, and we joined forces and finances, and we, how to say, topped up the Peaks of the Balkans on a higher quality regarding quality of accommodation, quality of guiding, because we had no, let's say, certified hiking guides by then, and we did it with Summit Club from Munich. So it was then really, it was developing, and the let's say the involvement and the, let's say, increase of income was even in a percentage, in 2 digits percentage for some of the local, let's say, service providers of the region. So we had this good example, 2015, and later on, I was invited to present in Ohrid, the peaks of the Balkans, and somehow the idea for a second, let's say, lighthouse project was born, and that's why since then we are developing so-called High Skardos Trail. It's a trail that is consisted of 21 stages, also connecting Macedonia, Kosovo, and Albania, but it's a linear trail. It's not a round trail like peaks of the Balkans. And until 2021, it was developed, of course, with problems at the pandemics and with, let's say, difficulties that we had. We developed, we are developing this trail. And 2021, we were again successful having additional private partner, this time from Austria, Trail Angels, and we are now, let's say, having a second, let's say, pillar of a small public-private partnership project between GIZ, which is, let's say, funded by the German government, and the Austrian private partner, and we are now at this stage. Again, a good success because last year in the scope of the International Tourism Fair in London, the High Skardos Trail project was again awarded with the best project in Europe. So I'm really glad to be part of 2 awarded projects of the GIZ. And we are still working in this. And actually the chances are very good to be also a second lighthouse project in the area. Especially, we had a very good, successful article this year in April in the National Geographic. So if you Google High Skardos Trail and National Geographic, you would find a very nice article about the trail. So just to maybe to answer shortly your question, Mr. Bray, yes, of course, there are challenges. Of course, we consider the study that Viviane did within our ORF biodiversity project, but we came up actually because we still thought that something can be done and should be done in the region, and here we are now with this project, which is still in the implementation, but especially after the article in the National Geographic, I know, and we have also the web page of this trail, High-Skardos Trail. So please check it, and maybe you come and hike the trail in the next years. And it is still ongoing. We still have activities there, and the good thing is that it is very promising because even still whereas we are still in the process of, let's say, incapacitating the structures, I mean, especially private partners, small tour operators, but also, let's say, national park authorities and also accommodations, rural accommodations. We are providing trainings for these different kind of actors. We are also marking and signposting the trail once again. So it's the process that it has been, let's say, finishing these days, and hopefully we also this year have a very good, let's say, impact. Tourists are coming, but we hope that starting from the next year, from the next year 2024, it will be really a good product for the region, which will, of course, provide, we hope, also significant contribution to the well-being of these remote settlements, ethnic minorities, and also maybe enable them to stay and not move to the, let's say, to the neighboring cities, as Alexander said at the beginning. Of course, we have challenges, and one of these challenges is that we have to secure further, let's say, maintenance of this product, of this trail, because for the time being, of course, we did the maintenance, we did, let's say, marking, we did signposting, and also marketing through Trail Angels, through our partner, but also through Outdoor Active, because it's another partner, private partner from Germany, whom we have a second public-private partnership project with. But we have to, that's why I was happy, I thought that the mayor would be in our panel to ask him once again, maybe to allocate some small money for the maintenance. One day the project is done, but I met him outside and he promised me that he will, we will meet soon, because it's a challenge, of course, if not maintenance. I mean, the nature is growing, and the trails and the stages, of course, need some maintenance. Luckily, we have a very good response from private sector, being tour operators like Bekim, but also the others in the region. They cooperate very well with each other. Another problem that we haven't solved yet, but we have to tackle it, is the issue with border crossings, because as Alexander said, nature knows no border, but people do. That's why we still have some difficulties with Macedonian authorities, and that's why I thought that you will be going to Macedonia, but I heard now that you were there, so I wish I knew it before, and ask you maybe to make some pressure to the ministries, because we still have problems. Because let me say that in the peaks of the Balkans time, we solved very easily, or quite easily, the issue with border police and border crossings for tourists. I mean, tourists, let's say, if they are organized with a hiking guide and they came through a tour operator, the tour operator is reporting the names to the police authorities in Kosovo, and then Kosovo police is informing the Montenegrin police and Albanian police about the time where they would cross the border, so on and so on. So in between Kosovo and Albania, it functions quite well for the time being, but the Macedonians are a bit, I don't know, reluctant. Apparently they have some legal issues, because the issue of, let's say, outdoor tourist is not defined, and the border crossing is assumed only official border crossings. So we have some good, let's say, initial response from them, but so far we haven't managed yet to bring them together, as we did in Podgorica in 2013 with the framework of the Peace of Balkans, within the framework of the Peace of Balkans. And that's why I hope that also this problem will be solved one day, and the tourists can move freely, because you have to imagine, if you do the whole 21 stages, you have to cross at least 8 times the borders between countries, because the trail more or less goes, I mean, on the edge of the Sharri mountains. That's why it's very important for them to feel safe, and of course to feel not I don't know, questioned, because it happened this year. I must admit, when tourists came to Kosovo and then they crossed the borders, and then when they had their flight from Ohrid, they were questioned, how did they come to Macedonia? So they were somehow not so Mr. Braze is looking at me, so it means I have to stop, and I will do it now. Maybe be ready for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ekrem. Seni, I think this was perfectly fitting to the presentation that we had before. And you presented to us a new, I would say, potential new brand like the Peaks of Balkans. I just want to mention that from my experience, I mean, I have, this is a critical remark, and I will stop then with this criticism, but I have been working on quite a lot of GIZ invented trails that led me into the nowhere or in the bushes, whatever, because those trails were never maintained. There was no one from any GIZ office even went to this trail to check whether it was maintained. So, I mean, you have to do, it's an incredible effort to do this. You need local stakeholders, at least to maintain and also offer. I mean, on the trail, you need accommodation, you need food and whatever. But this is something I said now, and now I open the floor to the audience for your questions and remarks. Please, we still have 15 minutes, and use the opportunity to ask your questions to the panel, please. Stefanie Strelock.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One's for Bekim and one is for Mr. Lushi. Bekim, you said you would like the guards in the national parks, if I understood it right, to be responsible for one part of the park like it's in Europe. What does it mean then? That they have executive rights, or what does it mean?
We can collect questions.
Okay, and then the second one to Mr. Lushi is, you said you want to improve technologies for milk and cheese productions. And this is a bit a contradiction to what other people said now in this panel, because they said that it's good that people live so sustainable. And I mean, the region is famous for the quality of sheep cheese and so on. And maybe it wouldn't have the same quality, or what are you understanding? What are you thinking about when you say improving the technologies?
So we take then the next question, Gisela Kallenbach.
Thank you. I have a question for Alexander Teiche. You were the one who mentioned very concrete examples where projects are constraining the aims and the goals of the officially proclaimed protected areas, like airport, like hydro energy plants, even the potential oil exploration. So my question to you mentioned at the same time that you have a hope that those projects can be prevented. To whom you address your hope? Are these national governments, or is it the EU, or both, or what?
Is there another question? So we go on collecting one more question. So we go back to the panel. Bekim, you start.
Thank you for a question. Here we say like forester, shumar, roitar, cuidestar, still not defined proper word, proper title. So it's very competent to the certain area to be protected, especially in national parks. And even those let's say guards or wardens are trained bit even to use the gun. They don't have gun, but being the warden or guard in the national park with a gun is not proper. So training, good equipments, good salary, good transportation mobilized, and creating the association of the ranges within the national level might strengthen this role into the forest, especially in the landscape of the national park. Thank you.
Alexander. You can, you can, yeah.
Thank you for the question. And it's actually, it doesn't have one answer. It has several answers, because there are several actors and parties that can do a lot when it comes to taking the right decision for nature and for people. It also depends on the type of project, because there are specific problems related to specific type of project. So, but what is key and what is probably underlining all of the infrastructure project, or what is joining them together, is the sense of local community. So what we have noticed is that when there is a consolidated local community, when the local community is strong, when they feel that they are stewards of the land, when they feel that they are belonging where they are there, then it's very hard for mega projects or for investors to come in and to do as they please in certain areas. However, what we have noticed is that the local community is eroding rapidly. And there are places where the sense of local community has been lost. This is, for instance, the case where the airport is being built in Albania, and there is extreme poverty. A lot of people have migrated out of Albania, so that the people that are left, they feel really disempowered to actually do anything. And on the contrary, they think that the airport is going to bring a lot of development and it's going to bring opportunities. So here is where the role of the organizations and of experts comes in that conveying the right messages so that the local community understands that projects like this will not mean, and I say this with fair certainty, would not take them out of poverty. If anything, they will make them even poorer. It's the role of the organizations and of the experts to actually frame the right messages for the local population so that their awareness is raised and that they become allies in the fights against this project. Here we are in a room where many of you can help, and the role of the international community is actually very, very important when it comes to stopping negative developments like the case of the airport or the case of Skavica hydropower plant or many similar controversial projects happening in the region. We have seen cases where if the international community really takes heart to certain cause, the situation changes for the better and very quickly. The Vjosa case, as I explained, is probably one of those cases where, you know, pressure from the international community combined with pressure from local organizations can result in very positive. We have the case of Ulcin Salina, which again, and we have here Gudrun, who I really want to thank for her for all the help that she has done there. When her personal involvement as ambassador of Germany in Montenegro back then changed the situation, and from the plans to develop the area and sustainably, now we have a protected area there. So it went completely in the positive side for nature. So here there is an appeal for all of you to help us in this battle and to really push the government of Albania or other governments in the region that are not taking the right decisions when it comes to nature conservation to actually put biodiversity and nature conservation as a core value to them, because that's what the European Union stands for. They really want biodiversity conservation and nature protection. So that help would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you for also, I think you mentioned one very important thing. You defined the role of the NGOs. And sometimes NGOs are mixed up or people don't know who does what. The NGOs are not the local communities nor citizens, but you said they have to take an important role by supporting local communities and communicating with them or mediating between them and decision makers. I think this is an important takeaway from this. So, Shar.
Thank you for a question related to your comments. I mean, I agree in the sense that the potential for quality production of the cheese or milk production or sub-production from the milk are really great and are high. But in the practical way or in reality, a lot of shepherds or livestock farmers that have cows or sheep still are missing a lot or having the lack of investments in infrastructure, starting from the stable, starting from the transportation, and also working with the old equipments or technology. And this was my point, that through the support of of the farmers or milk processors, small one in the level of the farm, is we created the possibility to improve the quality of the cheese or the milk. And in the same time with this, we are having the objective that these farmers that are coming from the around the protected areas, like as it is the Sharri Mountains, Korab-Koritnik, can be competitive with the other processing companies that they sell the products in the chain of the supermarket. So, still we have the case that the local farmers coming from the region, they sell the products in directly to the consumer without etiquettes, without name and so on. The idea is to improve also the marketing through these investments. This was the objective of the intervention that we did.
Can I just add some?
Akram has the word anyway. And he wants to intervene.
Because in the former times, we were in the same project. Dževat used to work for the GIZ as well. Nevertheless, no, one issue is also, as I said, because we are expecting tourists to come, and of course, one of the issues for them is safety, very much, and also issue of hygienic products and so on and so on. I remember, and I think Dževat can confirm, even though, maybe by the time he was not at the GIZ, at the times we started to support these local communities and cheese producers, we brought some cheese samples to the German K4 labors here in Kosovo. And I remember that even though we thought we have a best cheese in the region, it's very tasty, which actually it is, actually the number of bacteria and so on, which was much higher than would be, let's say, normal for, let's say, German market or I don't know, EU markets. That's why, and because it's of this missing, let's say, basic infrastructure in terms of I don't know even power and electricity, but also this freezers and cooling facilities, which they were missing by the time. And even though they produced a kind of cheese that was produced maybe 100 years ago, but if we would need to market it, if we need to export it, which is happening now actually through some of our let's say biggest producers in Kosovo, you need to of course increase the quality and let's say the equipment is a very essential part of it. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Angelika, one last question. Okay, and one more. So please, short questions and
one question. I think you mentioned that you have some projects to bring the regional production, the rural regional production together with the restaurants, because this is something, of course, it would be the best if the restaurants would buy all these things, these good produced things, and then give it to their guests. But I know it from Germany. It's very, very difficult because you have to pay more when you buy these kind of products. So the restaurants, they will not buy these things. You are successful in this project. I think you mentioned this, maybe.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. Not specifically, but the objective also is going towards this direction, that the regional products to be consumed by the visitors or clients in the local restaurants. This is the idea, but still is a lot of work to do to achieve this objective. I mean, to promote the regional products in the market or in the hotels or restaurants for the tourists or for the consumers.
One last question.
Hello, I have question. We are organization from a prison. We are working in environment protection, mostly in the prison region. I have some question for National Park for Mr. Becky. So it's a question about fees entering in National Park. Is that possible? I have some information about other countries very close to us. They're paying fees entering in the national park, like Montenegro. They have monthly or paying the fees one for all year, I think for 4 national parks. So is that possible here in Kosovo? Maybe that the improvement of fees protection maybe can protect a little bit more with that fees.
So the question is on potential fees to be.
Yes, thank you for question. As I said before, let's say last 5 years around, at the moment the entry fees, let's say obligated and based on the internal regulation, it has to be paid to go into park. But because of the lack of the capacity and financial means to set up the infrastructure to do this business, we do only in Brzovica Ski Center during the winter, which is like from 1st January up to 30 March. So approximately. But of course, there is a plan, and it's ongoing plan too, which will we want to set up in every ski center or ski area or third zone, which we are planning to be developed for tourism purposes, commercial one. So in every main roads into those ski center or let's say touristic destination, everybody has to pay, let's say, small fee to get into. But doesn't mean that local community will pay for, let's say, using this area, because the plan is like if you travel through the national park, you will not pay, because let's say within 1 hour you will be out of the park. So this is a situation. Of course, it's important this income, because in the future we are planning also to have some income which will maintain, let's say, our activity in this case, or in purpose of sustainable tourism, waste management, etc. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are at the very end of this panel. Not at the end of this conference, because we have another third panel. Thank you for your contributions, all of you. It was very interesting. We came very much to the point. And my feeling is that our perspectives and the outcome is much more positive, and it's a much more positive and optimistic perspective compared to the national level and the reports that we heard earlier in the day. So, Bekim, you want to say something? Okay, and then we changed the panel. Bekim.
On a contest, or let's say climate change, or also what's the difference between 20 years up to now? Now I have one leaflet. There is the natural values of the national park. You will see, you have on the corner, you can take it. It's in English for flora, fauna, but also others. We think, thanks to the old workers, old rangers or guards, this national park is protected. We think it's 95% still is there in the context of biodiversity and also natural values. But of course, needs to be supported and strengthened, and for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we make a quick change and enter into a media talk.
Thank you very much, Hans-Jörg, and everybody for this very interesting day and a lot of input. And our young colleague has already some headache, but he took some pills and he's with fresh energy again. So we have a very important question for our session. what does it take to spread environmental consciousness in the Western Balkans? And the good thing is, you have here two aliens, because different to the other people who have been speaking, we are the one to bring this message to the media and to try to involve people, and which makes it very, very difficult. And I said before that our colleague already had some headache, and we have the same problem when it comes to involve people, to engage people, and of course, at the end of the day, to get them into action. So first of all, to raise the awareness, and then to get some understanding, and then at the end to change things. So this is the very, very complicated and important duty we as journalists have. And I have the honor to be here with Behare Bayraktari. She is my colleague from RTK, which is the public service broadcaster of Kosovo, a very old and trustful partner of Deutsche Welle. And maybe, believe it or not, we are both in the same problematic situation, because we have the same target group. And this is the first thing, if you think about media coverage, we have to think of who to address, and then to think about how to address, and with which measure, on which platform, with which content, and how to make the content attractive, with which storytelling. And the good thing is that Behare, she works for the public service radio in Pristina, in the capital of Kosovo, and she has been working as an environmental journalist for a decade. She is young, but for relatively long time as a young person. And probably she is also the only environmental active journalist in Kosovo who really has a strong commitment to the topic, and she really, really is in it. And she always struggles every day to bring this message to her audience. So the idea is, please, everybody, get involved in the session. I only put some questions to Behare in the beginning, and she will also put some questions to me, and then everybody is asked to contribute. So Behare, please at the beginning, give us a bit of an insight. What is your daily challenge to explain and to, or to, how to say, get some enthusiasm from your audience to this very, very important issue in Kosovo?
Thank you very much. First of all, hello and welcome to present to Kosovo. Just some new information. We had information today in Germany living more 5,100 Kosovars. So one day you have to learn Albanian as we learn German language.
So half of the population, you mean,
Yes.
already is in Germany.
Just to relax our conversation or communication too. But yes, of course, when I start first, more decade ago, my boss asking me when I start to do journalistic environmental, and he asked me, "Do you want to save the world?" And I answered to him, "Probably yes. If it's necessary, I will do that, because now we are in that time. We have to do more to save not just our houses, but world too." So what I'm facing to as a journalist is not to convince the people, but to convince the institutions, because it's the time to do more about that, more about climate change, more about global warming, more about biodiversity, what happened in Kosovo or in region. So I have to convince, or we have to convince more our bosses, because probably they don't know a lot of environmental issues. And this is what I'm facing, not how to convince the people or listeners or auditorium, because they know a lot, or they have a lot of problems in their area, how they live and how they face with problems.
So this is an interesting point, because you told me before that especially you and your program now is under pressure.
Yeah.
So maybe you can give us some more insight, because normally it's a bit strange if you, as a journalist, say, so my main aim is to convince my bosses. of course, we always have to do, but normally we want to reach out to our audience. So why are you under pressure, and what are you doing to how to face it and to give some to secure your program?
Yeah, probably, as I said, there are not a lot of awareness about what happened in Kosovo, what happened around in Europe or in the world. Even I informate every day, daily in my show. But I don't want to talk about my boss.
You mentioned him yourself.
Because I have the power. I have the power to do more and outside of my show. And as we change the panels, everyone is talking, sit here, but just both of us, we are standing and we are changing, you know, the way how we are doing the things. Do you remember last week when we talking about the panels? You said, are you ready to change something? So probably it's time as a journalist to get more people in our job, in our work. A lot of journalists, more journalists. This is our job. I mean, not just to talk who want to stop us, but who want to collaborate with us, or how we collaborate with the people. We're journalists with science, with the official, how they work in institutions, because a lot of people, they want to work really good and they are working good, but you know, they have some like pit stops from.
But you said that people already are aware why it matters. How do you see that? And this is a bit different to what we heard from the experts today about the awareness and about the knowledge of environmental problems.
Really good questions. For 3 days, I'm following the problems in Ferizaj, some municipality in Kaçanik and Ferizaj, and how people, the citizens in the villages, they are protesting about the river, because some companies, they want to build some hydropowers, and they don't want to do that because the new law for environmental renewable energy is not allowed to do anymore. So companies, they want to do something else, the citizens something else. So they are protesting about that. And I know the people and citizens in Kosovo, they are awareness, but they must support from somebody else. Journalists, the people who work in municipalities or NGOs or whatever, just to be together in to protect the the rivers and whatever. So because of that, I believe to us, for example, how the people now, they are protecting their areas, their environmental around how they live and who they live. Even we have a lot of problems, really, but how we treat that environmental.
But if we compare Kosovo and the region in the Western Balkans with some other countries and in other places in Europe, we don't see a lot of engagement of the society
here
in protest. And I think if we want to raise the question of environmental risks and problems and climate change, so the engagement and the involvement and the protest of the civil society is not visible, and not in the media, and not in
This is the point. This is the point. Because of that, we have to get together more journalists, new journalists, for example. We had a protest in another municipality in Klina because somebody want to do a manufacturing for cement, and they are not agree about that. And around in Kosovo. But sometimes the local people, they are feeling alone. Media sometimes reporting, sometimes not, because it's not too much attractive to report about environmental. So we have a crucial rule to do more about our people, about environmental, and it's not simple because green journalism, environmental journalism really is tough. A lot of data, a lot of rules, a lot of researches and scientists think so really it's so hard and tough. Because of that, I suspect some journalists, they don't want to do green journalism. And you know, they say probably is not too much attractive as a politician journalism or showbiz, or so we have to do more. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do you need a mic? I can just come over to your place.
In Germany, you have a very loud movement putting the environment agenda on the news almost every day. Fridays for Future, which I thought was a wonderful organization, and which unfortunately has a little bit faded away. But now we have an organization called Last Generation,
Yes,
which
I know,
catches the news every day, annoys a lot of people, and I'm not sure whether they do really any good for the environment conscience of people. So I don't know whether you have anything similar to that here in Kosovo, but you certainly have in Germany and other countries.
I have, and I am informed about every day what happened in Germany, how people are doing for environmental and news and everything. I know really it's nice. So I get
You're
a lot
following
of
Deutsche Welle.
Yeah, Deutsche Welle and every media, because it's my job to see what the others are doing and what I have to do as a journalist. So when I founded together with some small groups, the founder of the green journalism, I thought I can't wait to my media. I can't wait for nobody else. It's my job. It's my duty. So duty of journalism is to do or to be avant-garde. So, and green journalism, it's little bit avant-garde if you compare with another gender and section. I mean, but I want to ask you.
Okay.
Because we have to share our questions. Are you agree? So how it is, for example, to personally to you, green journalism, or to cover the environmental issues, or to cover green agenda, because we have to do that. I mean,
in general, you know, as a public service broadcast in Germany, we are lucky to have a lot of specialized departments. So we have a environmental department, science department, and we always can refer to what they offer to us as expertise. But when I come here to prison, I look out to my audience, and where's my audience? It's outside in the street. So young people driving with the car every day, having these kind of bottles, no recycling, smoking all the time. And this is the difficulty for me as a person who is trying to reach out to these people in Kosovo or in Crna or in North Macedonia and this is the challenge, how to address these people with the right information. And the good thing is, apart from all the bad things I mentioned, they always have their media with them. So, and with their smartphones, this is the very good way for us to reach out to them. And we really work hard to address the issues via social media. And you see here our young colleague, Fatlum, who is learning how to do web videos and social videos, because this is exactly the way we have to try to be attractive for these young people. Kosovo has the youngest, or not only Kosovo, but Albanians in general, are the youngest population in Europe. And the second thing, the bad thing regarding media, I just learned yesterday, Kosovo is the only country, or maybe the first, I think, without any daily printed media, newspaper. No newspaper. So because we have here some colleagues in the
all of newspapers now are online.
Everything is online.
Yes.
So this is the only chance to reach out to people. And so this is our challenge. We don't write, we don't, you are in the radio, we are only in social media and online, and we always have to, and when I follow your discussion today, I always think, so what is the news in this? What can I tell my audience to get them involved? What is the lessons learned for them? And this is the very difficult thing. And if you allow me, Fatlum doesn't know it, but I would love to get him on stage. On stage, please. So this is the future and our hope. He is our. So Fatlum, I really, I'm sorry to bother you. So maybe, but just give us an insight as a young citizen from prison, because we are guests in prison. We are luckily having our young colleague here from prison. So when you follow these discussions today, what is your lessons learned, or what do you take away?
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, for me, it's very important to be in like this kind of space. I mean, not this space, but space with, yeah. I mean, space with like different people and different perspective from different sides, and exactly with this kind of topics. And for me, please. And for me, it's very important also to know this kind of concepts and also this kind of point of view and how to approach in this kind of topic. But I came from sociology, and for example, sociology for me, it was one of the most important thing what I did in my life. And it's very important to connect these kind of things with population in that way, what they will be more able to understand these kind of things, how they can understand these things. I am from Kosovo, and I know in prison everything, I mean, everything, how is the system and how is the most important education here. Yesterday, I had the opportunity, and I have some moments to speak with someone from you here. And for me, for example, the most important things is this kind of debates. It will be very important to speak also in our classes, and also even when we are studying, we are not speaking too much about this kind of things. And this is why, because we need to be connected with this, to be really connected with this kind of topic, and to have our opinion, and to be like, to be in this perspective and to protect our nature, because it's, of course, it's very important. Also in Kosovo, we had the most important things, how to connect with our things, because we are not very familiar with things because, for example, the same people, when they are here, they don't have very care about the nature, because they just put things, yeah. When they are in Germany, when they are in others country, they are so good. They did things really, and they are so they have information. They will be like, oh, thank you, like this kind of things. And for me, it's very, from this perspective, it's very important also to understand things. I mean, media is very, very, very important also for them to have and to get information. And also, for example, in Kosovo, my generation, they are spend time, I mean, 6 hours in media social. And this is very, yeah. And this is very important.
6 hours every day.
Yeah.
With your generation, you want to get the news for environmental or for?
I mean,
okay. What kind of information do you want to know?
I mean, we are not just even it's not only to our perspective. Just if we are going there and we are we are exposed to that. You know what they are giving us. It's that, and we don't have very. I think I told something most important like this. In our schools, in our classes, we are not very engaged with this kind of topic. And I think this is most important, because people are free to do everything what they want, and they will do. But in our classes and our platform, we need to have more presence about this kind of topic. And we need to use more social media, exactly in Kosovo, to have a good like animations. Also, we have a good festivals here. Also, we have a different kind of this kind of things what will be more able for people to have more information about the topics what we are speaking.
Thank you very much
Thank you
for
very
the
much.
spontaneous contribution. But but I think what you have mentioned very important things, and which are very helpful also for us elder colleagues. So engagement is very important today. If we talk about media, we do have to get people engaged, and dialogue is the key word for this. So this is why if we work on social media, one is the information, the second thing is the community management, because they are reacting. And I think the second very important thing is that we first have to raise the attention to these topics, because people are mainly unaware how important it is. Okay, so now maybe if you allow, maybe you stay, because I think these questions are to you, not to me.
Comment, but also as a question too. Before, let's say, a few years ago, I had a chance to be in one school and to present the national park, and pupils like around 8th class, I think. And we were discussing about the forest fire, how to prevent, what can cause, how to protect. But we came at the moment, then we asked, okay, do you know which animal we have in Sharri Mountain? Example, somebody raised their hand and said, a tiger. This is in prison, happened, I was there. So lacking of information, environmental information, wildlife information of surrounding other mountains. Kosovo is not so big. It's not Africa, let's say. I think it's very important to send a message through this. This is as a comment, but maybe also you can help us how to deal with Snapchat. Thank you.
Not only with Snapchat, and I know this kind of content, but I mean, for me, it's really like what I am thinking every day, because we needed to have this kind of information, and we are every day like in this platform, and we are in this kind of thing. We are growing these ways, and if we not have any, I mean, I was for some times in Esmandrusha when I was in gymnast, and we did mostly many things about what they did. And also still, when I am president, when I am telling someone, we have still problems in the same way. And I mean, we need also to push something here. I mean, like a person from Kosovo, we need to push more thing in that way to continue with good things and to not have this kind of more issue or problems.
Afterwards, second question.
Okay, because you mentioned in the beginning that you want to convince the institutions through the media, and I was just wondering how, like, if you want to get to announce what these institutions are having, which kind of effect they have on the climate, or to do it like nicely. Oh, okay, be more ecologically. I don't know. For me, it sounds. Yeah, I have no vision in my mind to it.
When I mention institution means we are not their enemy, because many times some people and some politicians treat us as enemy journalists or environmental journalists, because happen a lot of things, in the chain of the things, how they are doing. So because of that, in social media and in online media are spreading a lot of disinformation and fake news for real journalistic, for real media, how we are working. And in this way, I said, yes, they are not supporting too much. Even green journalism especially is not too much, they don't have too much support in financial way, or because many times probably they are thinking green journalism is just something small, like how they treat environmental in general.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have I hope, a journalistic question, and that is about endurance, because journalism lives from news. So there's a scandal and everybody reports about the scandal, environmental scandal or ecological scandal. Everybody reports about it. But after a couple of weeks, a new scandal comes, and then you forget about the old one, and perhaps the problem will never be solved. I myself was involved in such a scandal when I was ambassador in Skopje. It was about the biggest waste landfill, Drisla,
it is a conflict which was never solved. And although the media reported very well and substantial about it, so how will you solve this problem about endurance, that you do not forget something just because a new event arrives, which is more important? How do you have then a journalist, for instance, who is continuing to report on that?
Thank you very much. It's a really good question because when we have a profile journalist, they will follow the same problem to beginning until to the end. But when one journalist is just reporting daily what boss will order him or her to do the job, they will follow one day, they will report in one day something else, another day something else. So when you are profilized and specialized in some topics or in different or the same in green journalism, you will report every day and you will follow from beginning to the end. Because one day, of course, because one day some journalists are reporting for politician, another day for culture, another week for something else, and they are not informed too much and how to inform the other people toward or audience or the citizens. So this is a big problem. We have to profilize more journalists.
And I only wanted to add, Gudrun, I only wanted to add that these problems are becoming more serious and more difficult from day to day, because today, when we talk about social media and online media, our currency are clicks. And we are following a trend. So for example, if there's a flood in Greece, or is there, because I'm trying to find some environmental examples, or there's an earthquake in Morocco, or something else, then either it's on our spot for 1 or 2 or 3 weeks. And then if the click numbers go down, the media, not only, this is a pull and push effect. So on the one hand, they withdraw their colleagues, but on the other hand, the interest goes down. And this is also the reason why no more colleagues are sent. And it's a huge problem. And so what Behare described, this is of course the kind of luxury some public media have, and it's also our responsibility to follow the stories and to be consequent in reporting from the very beginning to the very end. But the environment of the click-related priorities are a very important big factor, and big and in our institution, and probably in Arctic, it's the same thing. We are discussing on this every day, and if you are not visible on Google or on your social media platforms, you don't exist. So it is a struggle for visibility, and visibility comes with clicks, and visibility comes also with following the trends.
Yeah, even we have a lot of televisions, a lot of radios, a lot of digital media, I mean online media, really, we have a lot. So their content is just for politician, for debates, for dialogue. And I think we are losing the time, or our time, how we are doing our job as a journalist, as a media, because we can't continue for many years or decades. One day the dialogue gonna finish, but how we will finish our job, our duty, how we will inform our people. Yeah.
Thank you for giving me the microphone. I just wanted to congratulate our young colleague here who said something very important. We need to connect to the reality, the everyday life experience of the people to get attention and to create awareness. I'm saying this because I was the last 16 years living and working in Saloniki, Greece, for a European Union institution. So I know about business to business communication, or we say stakeholder to stakeholder communication. I think these people who are here, we have not to convince them about awareness. Also, it would be a pity if we would need the press to create awareness among our politicians or policymakers. They should have other channels to be aware. So media is really to reach out to the people. And in my case, it was one of the most difficult things to reach out to the European member states in the cultural competence, for example. When you don't know the sensitiveness of the people, you might send messages and you will not be heard. So I think you have a huge potential, and I congratulate you for your work, especially when you have best practices from the member states, from the neighboring countries. So continue your work, and
Thank you.
Very well. Give those young people freedom they need to communicate.
Yes,
Very much.
thank you. And maybe it's just a bit of an advertisement. So he's our intern from the Ostausschuss der deutschen Wirtschaft. You all know this Soran Djindjic program. So, and we are very thankful for having him in our team now. And just to let you know, if you know people from this program, so we are always cooperating very well. And of course, I think it's very important what Fathlum said, to connect. And this is why I just wanted to mention two things in order to react to your question. One thing is connection and regional approach, which is very, very much lacking in this region, because everybody's concentrated on its own nation, on its own state, and very few media, as we of course do as Deutsche Welle, get the perspective from the neighboring country. So for example, if Fathlum does a story from prison, we translate it into Serbian, or if somebody from Serbia brings a story, we translate it, adapt it into Albanian. So why is this important? Because what you mentioned, best practice, is the way to learn. People learn if they seek examples. And this is my second point I wanted to mention. We are very much into constructive or solution-orientated journalism, because people are confronted in their local medias a lot with the problems. It's a mess, it's broken, it's not working, there's corruption, there's this and that. And if you always talk problems, it's difficult to inspire people. And this is why we very much try to, with our young colleagues in the region, to also find good examples where things work. And for example, what we learned today about the organization who are engaged in the region, who want to, for example, to inspire ecotourism, or who are already doing this and that. These are exactly the examples we are talking about. And I also know Behari can give you other examples that also RTK is in this project. And this is something we really have to, to increase this kind of solution-oriented journalism, because not only in the field of environmental journalism, in general, we have a lot of frustration in the area, and we all know that the area, not only Kosovo, is suffering from brain drain. The young people are leaving the country, so it's important to give good best practices to them.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me say something else. Even I am a little bit, I have some critical for our institution or media or whatever. I am happy because I am doing my job, and I will invite more journalists. But green journalism doesn't exist in Albania, in Serbia, in Montenegro or North Macedonia. So we are lucky in Kosovo to do our job, even probably it's not too much attractive for media. But I believe we will get more journalists, really. new journalists. I mean, like Fatloumi, for example, because the journalists with a lot of experience, they don't want to change their duties. If they are reporting for many years or decades for politician or for culture, no, they couldn't do that. And of course, we understand very well. But for new generation, as a Fatloum, yeah, of course, they will report about journalism, green journalism and environmental.
Okay, I have a bad experience for the RTK television before 3 weeks ago. I advise to communicate together with NGOs and the professors, universities, local authorities, with municipalities and ministries that example for the Kosovo Environmental Protection Agency. There are many officers that work there. They are very professionals, and we have so many professors that have a good experience in biodiversity, like for the algae, for the mushrooms, that are expertise for these topics. And it's this year it's have been the 6 editions from the University of Constance from Germany, that 10 students every year they are coming here in the national park in Prizren, and they research for the fauna and flora. And 3 weeks ago, I called the RTK, not journalist, but the chief or boss for his. And they answered, yes, we will come to have a documentary in the 1st of September. They are when they are here. And the project manager from Germany said, oh yes, it's a RTK, it's a public television. I'm honored to discuss and to tell them that what we research in this area. And after that, they didn't come, and with
did you ask them why they didn't come?
Yes, and they said it's the 1st September, and it's the first day of school, and the Ministry of Education doesn't doesn't have the books for students for elementary schools, and it's a political more important. Like you.
No, I think education is more important than everything else. And I can't say nothing about that, because in media and in our daily work happen everything. Sometimes I invite many or I invite someone and he said or she said, could I come another day because happened something to me? And of course, we understand very well. Sometimes we have to go somewhere, but something more important happened during the day and we have to follow. And I don't want to do explanation, but many things happen during the day when you are a journalist or media. Even, for example, it's for many years I am asking to my boss to do more about editorial office for environmental. But let's see, probably we will do one day. But I will continue for sure.
Okay, maybe you do some research, because in any case it's important to give answers.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so I think it's the last question, because everybody's getting ready to leave.
Okay, question to all of you. What you can do to improve the environmental education through the journalism and to have more information about environment, national park, protected area, but also not throwing garbage. Thank you.
To throw her? Okay, and your last.
Yeah, one more question is for you working for RTG. So I have one question. How is it? I one kind of idea to make like a small program for kids for elementary school to start learning a little bit more improvement, making decision to make it's very easy to make kids look another way to protect the nature from the beginning, for the basement. If you learn kids from the beginning, from elementary school, I think it will be very easy.
So short answers, who starts? We always give the priority to the youth.
I think from yesterday, also for today, I will do like a paper, something very concretely. I will do videos about this kind of event, what happened today and yesterday. And for you, visit study in that different part. And I know that part, they are amazing. And also I spoke with Vjosa. She will send us many things about the materials, and we will do some good stories, I think. And in my mind is this kind of things. And also I will continue with my stuff and with to be like a good person, to save, I mean, like from personal, yeah. I will do that. And I think it's not very too much, but I will do from step by step. I will do. I mean, for my creative work, I will I will have my way to do some more from them. And for, of course, when I will share in my page, all my friends are yeah.
Yeah, thank you. First, I am mother too, so I have to answer it in 2 points of view. When I start to do more for environmental and for my country and for my boy too, I start because I said, okay, the situation is how it is, but I have to do something not just for me, but for my boy too, for my son too. And I started to do really green journalism that year my son born in 2009. And these days I was looking back what I have done to my work and reading a lot of reports and interviews and everything. And I said, oh my God, and a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of duty in my daily job. So I have to continue again and more and, like step by step. But education is like a puzzle. You can't do alone. It's not just the media. It's a family too, your parents too. So really, I believe to respect environmental, we have to respect everything in our family. To educate our kids, it's our duty. And how you talk with your kids, how I talk with my son every day, and how he's really informed about climate change, about problems in Kosovo, in environmental or differently, what happened in Europe and everywhere. So we have just to use our potential and power, how to educate and to convince our kids. After that, they will be nice in school. They will be nice everywhere in mountains or forests. So we have to complete this puzzle together.
Yeah, so thank you. I couldn't have said it better. And exactly, we have to, this generation will shape the future. And this is my contribution and my hope and really commitment that we have to give the opportunities to the young people who shape their future, to enable them. And I think this is also what everybody of you can do. We all have to give these people the utmost to also raise attention and to get the proper education. And what Behare said, she is in an even younger generation now with her 5-year-old son. I'm talking about the 20 to 30 people, and really, it's in all of our interest to support them. And for you guys who are representing organizations here, please give good information and good stories to our journalists. Then I'm convinced that we will report on it. It must be also attractive.
Then I want to say something for this ending. I want to mention a sentence from Mother Teresa, and she said, if you want to do something, start from your family and your home. So,
and now, thank you.
Thank you very much.